Good morning,
Morning.
and welcome to today's Criminal Justice Summit titled Justice 2020 The Demand for Equity. My name is Esther Franco Payne, and I am the Executive Director of Cabrini Green Legal Aid. In this unprecedented time, few populations have been hit harder by the pandemic and by systemic racial injustices than people of color and communities that come in contact with the criminal justice system, specifically Black and Brown communities. It is with this in mind that Cabrini Green Legal Aid and the Illinois Justice Project welcome you to today's event. We are so excited to have you. We have almost 500 participants registered and tons more viewing us live on YouTube. We recognize that in our present moment, the inequities that our communities are experiencing are not new, but rather being highlighted as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and the murders of George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, Rashard Brooks, and so many others whose names need to be spoken. There have been protests and civil uprise from communities demanding equity, accountability, and declaring that change is necessary and must happen now. With the help of experts from the field, including advocates, policymakers, elected officials, and individuals with lived experiences, this event will identify the most pressing issues facing those affected by the justice system and suggest solutions that we must all take responsibility for in order to effectuate the positive change we are seeking. Our panelists will consider how the adaptations within the system as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and subsequent widespread calls to eliminate racism in the system have affected individual experiences and the overall equity of the justice system. The goals for today will allow us to review the current changes that have been made to address COVID-19, invite experts to assess which of those changes can be expanded or improved upon as we emerge from this pandemic. This includes exploring what resources and services are needed to create safe communities while ensuring equity and examine what changes are necessary to establish safety and equity within policing, incarceration, and post release practices in response to the calls for justice following the continual abuse and murders of Black people at the hands of police. The event will take place in three panels, each aimed to address a different section of the justice system with a variety of experts in the field, centering our attention on policing practices, the effects of incarceration and the role of decarceration, as well as what is needed to create effective reentry from those released from jails and prisons. Following my introduction, the program will be self executing, allowing time for breaks in between and a brief wrap up at the end to summarize what we've heard today. We have an amazing lineup and great responders who will take a deep dive into the issues, give their responses to the panelists, and foster discussion that is sure to advance our thinking and our action towards transformation and equitable solutions. Bios can be found on our registration website, and the panels will occur in the following order. The policing panel will immediately follow my remarks, ending at 10:15. The courts and incarceration panel will take place from 11:15 to 12:45, and the post-release and reentry panel will close out the day from 1:30 to 2:45 p.m. I'd like to thank our partners at the Illinois Justice Project and our co-conveners, the Alumni Association, Black Roots Alliance, Chicago Appleseed Fund for Justice, Children and Family Justice Center, and Community Renewal Society. Lastly, I would like to offer special thanks and appreciation to each of the panelists who have agreed to share their perspectives with us today, and to Angelique Power, Craig Delamore, and Michelle Morales for leading these critical conversations. Again, thank you for joining us. Please enjoy the program as it is sure to make you think and hopefully incite both individual and collective impact. And with that, I am going to turn it over to Angelique Power, President of the Field Foundation of Illinois, to get us started. Thank you all.
Thank you, Esther. It is impossible to not live in retrospect right now, as if we are watching the ink dry on a history book written in real time, knowing that 2020 is a year that will be studied. As Esther mentioned in her opening, just 8.5 weeks ago, the world watched the modern day lynching of a Black man named George Floyd by a white police officer, committed in plain sight. Perhaps because so many of us are in this time warp of quarantine during the pandemic, perhaps because it came on what feels like a time loop of repeated killings of Black people at the hands of police. This time, this video seemed to cause something across the world to break free. We are now witnessing the largest uprisings in our history, protests happening across the world that call George Floyd's name, that center anti-racism, anti-Blackness, and what we will focus on in this morning's conversation, that call out police misconduct, that demand money move from police budgets to fund to community wellness budgets, invest. We've heard calls to abolish police and prisons and instead invest wholly in community restorative justice frameworks. And across the nation, these calls that have been dismissed in the past as radical and unrealistic are suddenly being heeded. LA, San Francisco, Boston, all moving money from police budgets to community services or directing police to no longer answer non-criminal calls. So what will the history books say about Chicago? Arguably the greatest city on the planet, the birthplace of bare-knuckled grit and house music and buildings that attempt to scrape the sky. We now have our first Black female mayor, known on social media as Auntie Lori, social media that lit up last night as the Columbus statue was removed. Our mayor came into the office having served on the police board, which is still a sore point with some of the city's most visionary organizers, and having authored a prescient police task force report that boldly called out years of entrenched systemic racism at a time when it was unheard of to do so. So if we agree change is needed, then how can we best understand the difference between those suggesting reforms, those calling for defunding police, and those who posit an abolitionist framework is the only way to best protect our communities from harm? What are the differences here? And how do we move forward to a city of abundance for everyone? Let's dive in first with brief comments from our elected officials on the panel about the moment that we are in. And next, I'll go deeper with each of the panelists to allow for dialogue and exchange. We will begin with the Honorable Senator Durbin, who has a tight timeline this morning and won't be able to join us for too long. Senator Durbin, thank you for getting us started. And you're on mute.
See, can you hear me at this moment? Come through. Thank you very much for the introduction. Last night, I watched a baseball game. I've been waiting for a long time, and others have as well. Yankees versus the Nationals. Before the game started, it was interesting. There was a moment when the players on both teams went on the field and took a knee, just like Colin Kaepernick did about 4 or 5 years ago. But now it's acceptable. When he did it, it was considered to be edgy, extreme, revolutionary. What happened in the meantime? Well, 8 minutes and 46 seconds on the streets of Minneapolis happened, and many other events just like that. America has awakened to racism and law enforcement, and so has the world. I watched an Italian soccer match. I'm sports starved, as you can tell, and watched as the Italian players, before the match began, took a knee. on the pitch as we are doing now in our baseball stadiums. So the question obviously is this the moment in history, as Angelique noted? Are we watching something here that is truly unique and will change America? I want it to be true, but I'm also a realist. We've been facing slavery and racism in the United States since before we were the United States, for over 400 years. And we've seen this kind of discrimination, not just against African Americans, but against Native Americans, against Hispanics, against Muslims. The list goes on and on. So is this a moment of revolution? It could be. It absolutely could be. And the reason I say that is I believe that the forces at work on the streets now for Black Lives Matter and to dramatize this issue are different than before. I go to these rallies and protests, and I will tell you, I look around and recognize a few people, but I don't know most of the people who are there. They're Black, white, and brown. They're young, they're old, men and women. We have high school students in downstate Illinois who are putting together Black Lives Matter rallies in towns and counties with no African American population. But they're doing it because they're determined that something's going to change in their generation. They don't want to grow up in the shadow of racism. They don't want to raise their families in the shadow of racism. And the question is, what are we going to do about it? So I'm glad to be on the program with Kwame Raoul. As a state senator and attorney general, he's been a real leader in this area. Kwame, thanks for all you've done. I also wanted to say that Mayor Lightfoot has been outspoken on this issue for a long, long time. Governor Pritzker the same. So there's some real determination at the highest levels to get something done. Now in Washington, we've got a problem. And the problem is the President of the United States. Is there anyone who believes he will truly sign a bill that is meaningful when it comes to reform in this area? I'm a doubter. I don't think he will. We see the campaign he's running, the campaign of fear and hate, saying that forget about COVID-19, worry about who's menacing us in our streets and tearing down our statues and the rest of those things. I don't think he's the man of the moment to do it. And so far, that's what stopped us in the Republican Senate. Nancy Pelosi and the House Democrats have passed the Justice and Policing Act. I commend them for that. It was an extraordinary effort, bipartisan effort on their part. We put the same measure together in the United States Senate. Our leaders are Cory Booker, Kamala Harris, and I'm happy to be the third on the list supporting this legislation. It's lengthy. It includes 20 or so different provisions, but it's meaningful. It isn't just a token response to George Floyd's tragic death and the deaths of others. And it's been endorsed by every major civil rights and human rights organization. The Republican measure, written largely by one interest group, has not. And so far, it has stumbled in the Senate as it should. What we're asking for is the real bill, Justice and Policing, to move forward. And there are provisions in there that are just not included in the Republican bill. Let me mention a few. The bill does not prohibit racial profiling, a measure which I introduced years ago, which I think is just fundamental to law enforcement. The bill does not reform qualified immunity. How are the victims and the families of victims supposed to recover in civil litigation without changing qualified immunity? It does not ensure that officers are trained on racial and implicit bias. Fails to limit the transfer of military equipment to police. The list goes on. We need to do the right thing. We need to say to the people in the streets and families across America who are now of one voice when it comes to this issue, we're going to make a real change here that makes a real difference. After 400 years of struggling with slavery and racism, it is time for us, in the memory of George Floyd and others, to step forward. Let me close by saying I wish I could stay for the remainder of your program, but I can't. But I want to say a word about Cabrini Green Legal Aid, one of the best, not just in Chicago and Illinois, but across the nation. I've met with you many times. I know what you do as part of your work. It is just invaluable. And for so many attorneys that I've spoken to who say, well, what can I do? I'm just a voter. No, you're more than that. You're a licensed professional, and we need your help in both criminal and civil litigation. We need you to step up. So those of you who are not active members of Cabrini Green Legal Aid, give them a call. They got some work for you to do. And we need you now more than ever. So Senator Duckworth and I are co-sponsoring this bill. We're going to keep pushing to get it done before the end of the year. We don't believe that this bill will ever be signed by this president based on the things that he said, but this is a cause that is not going to die out. We're going to get something done.
Thank you, Senator. Thanks for your remarks and also for the shout out to CGLA. We'd like to turn to the Honorable Mayor Lightfoot next.
Good morning, everyone, and good morning to you, Angelique. I want to pick up on a point that you made, and it's whether or not we will seize this moment as an opportunity. I've been thinking a lot these days about my father. My father has been dead now 10 years, but I think about him every day. And I've been particularly thinking about him in this time and the lessons that I learned from him. My father was born in 1927. He was born in Arkansas at the height of Jim Crow. Everything about his growing up years and that crushing experience shaped his worldview. He was a man who loved his family and was proud of his children, but everything about his worldview, his aspirations, was shaped by the terrible, crushing racism that he faced his whole life. My father was also a deaf man. He lost his hearing when he was in his early 20s. And that was also another blow to him struggling to find dignity and acceptance in a hearing world. What I worry about in this time and thinking about my experience growing up and watching my father struggle is that the pillars of our democracy, I really do believe, are under siege. They're clearly under siege by a president who doesn't respect the rule of law, who does a lot to foment racism and division. But they're also under siege in this moment, I believe, where we are not building bridges to each other, where we are vilifying people who have a difference of opinion on one issue or another. I'm very concerned about that. And it's not just the right, it's also the left and the center. We will not be able to move forward and tackle these very difficult issues, which are, we all know the list, if we don't find a way to talk to each other with civility and respect. This is a problem that's been brewing for some years now. I think in part it contributed to the election of Donald Trump. And I do think it's been exacerbated in the last 4 years. And I think the challenge for us, people of goodwill, is how do we take this moment and use it as an opportunity to bring people closer together? There are a lot of hard truths that we must face. You know, Reverend Otis Moss of Trinity, I think, said it best. We are not just dealing with the pandemic of COVID-19, but we are dealing with the lasting effects of the original sin of COVID-19. That's all true. But what do we do? How do we talk to each other? How do we have conversation that results in solutions and that actually moves us forward? Now, I know we're here ostensibly to talk about police reform and accountability, and there's many things to be said about that issue. But fundamentally, the framing for that topic, but every other topic in this time, really depends on our ability to speak to each other and come together around a common set of solutions. Our democracy is built on a notion of debate, vigorous debate, of participation and engagement, but ultimately around compromise. And for far too long, the notion of compromise has become a dirty word. We can't move forward in standoffs. We can't move forward with people retreating to their corners and lobbing bombs, literal and figurative, at each other. That is not the way that our democracy will survive. It's certainly not a way that we can thrive as a city, as a state, and a nation. And what I hope comes from this moment is the power to reflect, the power to think about and face hard truths, absolutely. But I hope what it does is, as the adults in the conversation, that we model the behavior that we want our young people to emulate and follow and to move us forward in the next generation. I worry a lot about our young people growing up in the age of social media, in the age of devices and disconnection. I worry a lot about how we are allowing discourse to be shaped. I don't want my daughter, my precious 12-year-old, to think that the way that she quote unquote wins is by destroying and vilifying anybody who stands in her way. I worry a lot about that. And I think in this moment, where so many cross currents are blowing, I think we've got to separate out the noise and figure out a way, a path forward for civil discussion and debate that leads to solutions. Look, I'm a lawyer, I'm an advocate, and I love being an advocate. But I also know that being an effective advocate is about persuading others that you've got the better of the argument. Persuasion isn't a tax. Persuasion isn't vilifying. Persuasion is about convincing and coaxing people that you're right, that you've got the better facts, that you've got the better moral standing, that you've got the better legal argument. That's what our democracy is founded on. And I worry a lot that we are straying from that basic tenet that makes us different than other places. We do value vigorous debate. We do value and safeguard the precious First Amendment rights of speech and assembly. But we've got to do it in a way that adds to the debate. And dear God, we've got to do it in a way that doesn't endanger the public safety of others, of people who assemble for peaceful debate, and our police officers who are there to serve and protect. This hasn't been a perfect moment, none are, but I hope that we can pull the strands of a conversation and mold it into something that we can use to move forward, to advance the issues that we all hold dear, and do it in a way that brings people together. I learned through my work in police accountability and reform that we have to bring people on the journey with us from the first step, not later on when the race has been run. I hope that in this moment, we find a way to link arms and walk forward together, because that's the only way that we're going to heal the wounds that are there, the trauma that so many of our people are experiencing. We've got to use this moment for good.
Thank you, Mayor. That is what we're hoping to do this morning, to have deep, real talk that is additive and solution-oriented. I want to turn to the Honorable Attorney General Kwame Raoul to speak to us briefly.
Thank you, and I'll try to be as brief as possible. First off, I want to thank both Senator Durbin and Mayor Lightfoot for their leadership on this issue. Senator Durbin's office and my office has been in touch on making sure that language that I and my 17 of my Attorney General colleagues have asked to be included in the George Floyd bill. And they made sure that that language was included, and that would be language to give us a state AG's pattern and practice investigation authority, as was given to the Department of Justice in the 1994 crime bill. And it's interesting that that provision in the 1994 crime bill came on the heels of the Rodney King beating. I want to thank the mayor for her leadership, both as mayor, but prior to becoming mayor on this issue. I had the opportunity to serve on a subcommittee of the task force. And so I think we're in a unique position having the mayor in the office that she is right now because of her experience prior to her coming into the office. And I look forward to working together going forward. It's interesting, and I want to thank you all for hosting this discussion. It's interesting that we often have these discussions on the heels of an incident, of an isolated incident, whether it's George Floyd, Laquan McDonald, Michael Brown. And oftentimes, as a result of that, there starts to be a discussion and approach about, well, yeah, that incident was bad, but that's just a bad apple within the department, instead of a comprehensive discussion on what allows systemically bad apples to be in the position to commit the acts that they commit. Shortly after I was sworn in as Attorney General, within a week, I was faced with an issue as to whether or not to petition our Supreme Court with regards to the sentencing of Jason Van Dyke, which I believe then, and I continue to believe now, was an illegal sentencing that didn't fully hold him accountable, but most importantly, didn't follow direct Supreme Court precedent, direct on-point Supreme Court precedent. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court did not hear substantive arguments on the issue. During the time that I was challenging that sentencing, I noted numerous reports on that opined that, we've already dealt with the situation. He's been sentenced. Why don't we just let it go? Why don't we just abandon it? And it's that bad apple philosophy or bad apple approach that doesn't allow us to take the comprehensive approach that I'm hopeful that we will take now. I think this is a unique time. I think the George Floyd incident has spurred people into the type of action and the type of discussions that from all sorts of places that previously did not pay attention, notwithstanding previous incidents, did not pay attention to this discussion. We're talking about racial equity in other spheres that don't have to do with law enforcement reform. So I'm hopeful that this time is different. I certainly commit my effort and my office's effort to move us forward in this discussion, not only in the city of Chicago, but throughout the state of Illinois and collectively with my colleagues throughout the country.
Thank you so much. I want to turn to Brendan Schiller, who's on the panel as well. Brendan, you are managing partner at SPJS Law. You're also a founder and board president of the Westside Justice Center. Can you parse out the difference for us? We hear a lot of terms in this conversation around police accountability. We hear conversation around police reform, around defund, around abolition. Can you parse the difference out for us?
Person's been managing my, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm a lawyer. I represent a lot of the activists. I worked on the consent decree from the Campbell plaintiff's perspective 3 years ago, where we proposed the People's Consent Decree that included a lot of provisions that animated the concepts of defund and abolition, some of which actually were included in the ultimate consent decree, some of them weren't. But I like to think about more from the perspective of somebody who's been managing a law firm, a small law firm for 17 years. And when you manage a law firm or you manage any small business, you have to put the people who know what they're doing in the right place to do it, and the people who have the skills, and you have to do what's most cost effective. We know that in general, 911, 89% of the calls that they receive are for things that don't involve crime or violence. They're things like mental health, suicide, traffic issues. And that if you were to actually put people who have, in the case of mental health and suicide and drug addiction, who have the skills and expertise to address those issues, if you were to reroute those calls, for instance, to DFSS, which is what the Campbell plaintiffs proposed 3 years ago, prior to either Mayor Lightfoot being mayor or A.G. Raoult being the Attorney General, that you could not only have a more effective response because you have experts addressing it, it's more affordable because they're actually in many ways cheaper, and you take that 89% off of the obligations of the 911 callers in the police department, and you have less community violence. What we've learned, and less police violence, what we've learned is the primary way to avoid police violence in the consent decrees that have occurred in the last 20 years that have been effective is less interaction. You don't have the interaction that heightens tension because police officers are unprepared. But then even that remaining 11%, half of that in this state are the Class B and Class C misdemeanors that are nonviolent things that are similar to the George Floyd $20 or the Eric Gardner cigarette. And if you even take those off, as we proposed with the Campbell plaintiffs, and you take those 60,000 Class B and Class C misdemeanor arrests that never result in prison time and turn them into something that is ticketable or summonsable, and you create an innovative technological process to deal with traffic and other issues where you need to create a record just for insurance, what you now have is a situation where you've taken 95% of the 911 calls off of the table. You've taken 2/3 of the misdemeanor arrests, 60,000 arrests off of the table. And you now have freed up all sorts of resources that you can then put into the community in the form of mental health, education, things that we know reduce crime, such as youth jobs, teenage jobs, youth recreation. And now that remaining 5.5%, you actually reduce that even further because you fought the violence at the root. And so when you talk about the fund, what we're saying is be efficient, be innovative, attack problems at the root, use your budget priorities to identify where those problems are first in what the officers do. And then when you free up the money in terms of attacking the root, in terms of funding the issues that actually prevent violence. And then ultimately what you end up with is a much smaller system than what you have now. And when you're at that point and you've spent years, if not decades, addressing the trauma in the community, maybe you can envision something else because you're now much smaller. And you have the ability to be much more innovative with technology. And that may lead to some type of abolition. I'm not here to speak on behalf of the activists. I can't talk for them. But I can tell you as a parent, I spent, and the other panelists on here are parents, I spent 99.9% of my resources, energy, and love nurturing, housing, feeding my children, and 0.1% disciplining them. And if I had a child that was named Southside and a child that was named Northside, and I spent 99.9% of my time, energy, and resources housing, educating, nurturing Northside, and less than 50% of my resources housing, educating Southside, and spent half of my time disciplining them, they would end up unloved and rightfully angry. And I think that's where we're at in the city.
Thank you, Brendan. I want to welcome Reverend Sierra Bates Chamberlain to the panel. Sierra is the executive director of Live Free Chicago and has done a tremendous amount of work and organizing around anti-gun violence in the city and in the south suburbs in particular. Reverend, often when we talk about changes in policing, the argument is about gun violence. And so we are admittedly in a city that has an issue with gun violence. And we have all hurt seeing in particular children who have been harmed. So in terms of the argument that more police can help stem gun violence, others then point to 12,000 police officers, 40% of the operating budget, and a continuing problem with gun violence. How do you talk to us about the issue of gun violence in the city of Chicago and whether it does or does not intersect with the conversation around police accountability?
Sure. So I thank you, Brendan, for laying out a lot of the points that just absolutely make sense. When we're looking at gun violence, of course, anytime there's a number of shootings or mass shootings, there's always a call for more police. But if we just look throughout history, and if we can be students of history to see that there's been, not only just in Chicago, but there's a culture of policing that says that the police system does not work for Black people. If we look at the Commission on Race and Relations in 1922, when the riots were taking place, the needs that the commission produced was that there is a need for housing, employment, schools, and to improve the race relations between the police and community. When we looked at the Kerner Commissioner report, it said the same thing. When there was a task force that was created when Laquan McDonald was murdered, it was the same thing. So at some point, we have to be students of history and realize that there has to be a bold move that says that policing does not reduce violence, it does not prevent violence. And in fact, if I'm not an expert in economics, or in profit and loss in organizations, but it says that the clearance rate was 5% in 2016 for shootings. And if there's an entity or an institution that is performing at those low rates, they will not continue to be funded at the substantial amount that they are. So when we're looking at gun violence, there has to be an investment in public health, and those are proven strategies that we know that have worked across the country. So we have to follow, if we're following suit with New York and LA, who have drastically seen the reductions in their homicides, we have to begin to follow suit and realize this is not a policing issue. This is a public health issue. And so instead of seeing the police chief anytime there's a shooting, we need to be relying on the public health department and the community and figuring out how do we actually use the public health approach and not use it as talking points, but how are we dealing with our communities who have been traumatized from racism and neglect for centuries? How are we using this approach, a trauma-informed approach, to invest in our communities so that we can actually reduce violence?
Thank you. Senator Durbin, I know that you have to run, and I want to send a question your way while you're still with us. The president is sending federal troops into Chicago, and I wondered what your thoughts are on this, and also what can be done on the ground to keep us from experiencing another Portland or feeling like our country is sending a private army in.
Well, let me say I'm glad I'm on the panel with Mayor Lightfoot. She's been a leader in articulating our position on this. And she and I are both hopeful that what we have been promised by people we respect in the federal government is going to be lived up to. But we're both watching very carefully to make sure whatever happens in Chicago does not deteriorate into the horrible, unconstitutional situation that we've seen prevail in Portland, Oregon. In that situation, and I've joined with Jeff Merkley and Ron Wyden in legislation to make sure this does not happen again. In that situation, we had federal officials, law enforcement officials, with specific responsibility. For example, the Federal Protective Service has a responsibility to protect federal buildings, reach beyond their jurisdiction and move into the community without the coordination of local law enforcement. And I spoke to the mayor and to the governor on Monday of this week, and we expressed our alarm that the continuing rhetoric from the White House, from the president in particular, suggested that we were next on the list with Albuquerque and Kansas City. And a number of us reached out directly to people in the administration, including the mayor, to get a definition of exactly what was going to happen, if anything. What we have been told is something called Project Legend, which began in July of this year in Kansas City with the killing of a 4-year-old young boy, and is now an effort to try to reduce crime and violence and to stop drug trafficking. We've been told 150 federal, at least the latest I've heard, 150 Federal people will be allocated to this undertaking in coordination with the state and local law enforcement authorities. But I will tell you, what happened in Portland, I believe, was a campaign stunt by this president to show that he was tough on crime and tough on dominating neighborhoods and cities as he was promised. Yes, we can use help from the administration in dealing with gun violence. Senator Duckworth and I sent a letter 3 years ago that was never responded to, that went through the particulars of what we needed by way of resources and personnel. No response whatsoever from the administration. So I would like to, if you don't mind, Angelique, hand it off to the mayor. She probably has the more timely information on this and has been a real leader and partner in this effort.
Thank you, Senator, and I will respond. And I want to be very, very clear. There are no federal troops coming to Chicago. That is very, very important that people understand. We have been assured from the highest levels that what we are getting is additional resources to supplement federal agents that are already here, FBI, DEA, ATF. Now we need to better understand the DHS resources that are coming. That is one that I know all of us, the senator, myself, the attorney general, we have concerns about that. I will be in a briefing later today, and believe me, I will ask very pointed questions about what that means. But I think we have to be very careful in our language because troops sounds ominous, and troops is concerning. Even in Portland, as bad as that is, and then I've now been in contact with my good friend Jenny Durkin, who's the mayor of Seattle. There are assets being deployed there. Even those are not troops. They are related to Customs and Border Patrol. They are related to DHS and Federal Protective Services. But again, that's a far cry different than troops. The only time I've seen troops deployed in recent memory is the foolishness that was done in Washington, D.C. by the president. That decision was quickly and rightfully denounced by people across the political aisles, and rightfully so, and those troops were quickly withdrawn. That's not what we're facing here in Chicago, as I understand it, based on a lot of conversations with folks at the White House, as well as the U.S. Attorney here. And I think the other important thing that folks should realize that's different in Chicago than in Portland is that the U.S. Attorney here actually has been read into the plan and is responsible for these additional resources that are coming to Chicago. And he will be at the helm. John Lausch, who's the U.S. Attorney, many of us know him. He's a former colleague and a 20-year friend. I have great confidence in his abilities. He lives in the city, and I know he understands why we can't have, unmarked, unknown, secret federal agents on our streets acting like the police and violating people's constitutional rights. I don't expect that to happen, but as the senator said, we will remain diligent, and we are ready to take decisive action in concert with the Attorney General, Raul, in the event that any line is crossed. We won't hesitate to use every tool at our disposal to shut that down and shut it down quickly.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to come back to you in a second to talk more about language and points of confusion, but I wanted to give Brendan a chance to respond to this conversation.
Appreciate the way, thank you, Angelique. And I really appreciate the way that Mayor Lightfoot initially framed this about being open and finding solutions. And so I'm open to not using the term troopers, stormtroopers, if she's open to hearing the concern that from our perspective, that what she's suggesting is really in some ways a distinction without substantive difference. What we know in this city is that there's a 20-year history in some of the most egregious conduct by CPD also involving federal agents. When you talk about SOS and what they did in the early 2000s, that was often done in joint and coordination with the HITA task force. When you talk about the Area 5 gun team that did 1,500 bad warrants between 2007 and 2014, that was often done in conjunction with the HITA task force. When you talk about disappearing people at Home and Square, that was often done in conjunction with DEA agents and ATF agents. When you talk about the federal game house stash program that former Chief Judge Castillo, Presiding Judge Castillo, called racist to its core, that was done often with CPD folks. And I know that the mayor has a different experience. She has a different experience in terms of her relationships. But bringing in more resources with federal folks, even if they're not troopers, with those people that are not held accountable by the current structures in the city, such as the consent decree and COPA, creates the opportunity for more police violence and therefore more community violence in the city. So I will take her challenge and refrain from calling them stormtroopers, but their presence still can create greater issues in the community. And I would ask her to take her own challenge and to consider that perspective.
So Angelique, I don't want this to be a debate, and I've listened respectfully to now the twice that Brennan has spoken. And while I think that some of the things that you've said are just factually and demonstrably inaccurate, I don't want to get into a back and forth with you. That's not what this, I think, at least it wasn't what it was posed to me as being. But there is a fundamental difference. As you well know, federal agents have been stationed in Chicago for decades. Additional agents coming to aid in the crime fight, which we do need their help. We do need the federal sentences and jurisdiction to help keep our community safe. It's obviously a tool, not the only tool, and we can disagree on that. But I think your characterization of what this is just not accurate and candidly not particularly helpful. I'm happy to have more of a discussion offline, but I think the thing that we need to be doing is not fomenting more fear and concern amongst our residents. That doesn't help anybody. Yeah, obviously there's got to be transparency. Obviously, we need to make sure that people understand exactly what is going on, but hyperbole, overblown rhetoric doesn't really help in that regard. And you know, the question of, am I open? Sir, you obviously don't know my history. Of course I'm open. I have been on the front lines of listening in really difficult circumstances because I think it's critically important that people are heard. And I have been in lots of different circumstances that are tough, that are hostile, but I'm there and I'm always going to be there because that's the right thing to do. That's what leaders do. We get into the community, we listen to a range of different voices, and we make sure that the lived experience of our residents is reflected in our actions and our policy and how we build coalitions and solutions.
I'm going to jump in because I want to go back to the comment that you started with, Mayor, about how do we have very deep, real talk across difference? How do we make sure that it's additive? How do we make sure it's solution oriented? This is a really tough conversation to frame. It took me many rewrites to even think about how to frame this conversation today because there's so much emotion, rightfully so, and trauma around this discussion. But I believe that we can do it. And what Brendan mentioned is about, that I want to stay on with you, Mayor, is really more about the accountability piece of the police department. What are the pieces from the consent decree to the FOP contract that helps give the feeling that accountability is in place? So let's talk about the FOP contract, and AG Rowell, I'm going to turn to you in a little bit to talk about the consent decree. Often people see the FOP contract, and you have had your own interaction with the FOP that's been documented on Twitter and in other places. But I think that there's a feeling that within the contract, this is a space where unaccountability is legalized. Some of the reforms that were suggested from the task force report to the consent decree decree around the FOP contract seem pretty reasonable. And in other spaces, in other professions, you wouldn't be given time to corroborate a false report. You would be, put into a database if you had misconduct, and you wouldn't be able to go and get a job in a different jurisdiction. You wouldn't need an affidavit to move forward with a complaint. What is your office, what is the play for your office? What is the responsibility and the move so that we can create a different contract, potentially to create more trust with community?
So let me just give context to where we are in this discussion. I think it's 3 weeks ago today, we were able to finally publicly announce historic changes in the contracts for our supervisors, the sergeants, lieutenants, and captains. Historic in this regard. You mentioned a number of points that now are embedded in the contract. Previously, if there was an anonymous complaint, that couldn't be investigated. It is now. Previously, the levels of the Byzantine levels of the disciplinary system were so difficult and opaque. It took years, if ever, to hold police accountable. We've changed that in the contract. So we will use that as a template for our fight, and it will be a fight with the FOP. The FOP contract has unfortunately been expired for some years now. We walked into that as a reality. We are finally back at the table with the FOP, and we intend to forge even more reforms as part of the contracts. I've said this before, and I believe it to be true. These contracts are not merely transactional. They have to be a place where we speak our values. And police reform and accountability has to be reflected in those contracts. We won great gains with the sergeants, lieutenants, and captains contract. The FOP knows that we're going to push for those and more in their contract. And that's why I say it's going to be a fight. But we can't continue to think that these contracts are irrelevant to the question of reform and accountability. They are not. And we intend to press the case in the FOP, and I feel confident that we will make significant progress. Now, I want to be clear, I'm not a labor lawyer, but I know enough about it to be dangerous. For way too long, we haven't tried to press for reform in these contracts. That sets a precedent. And this will go to arbitration, and the arbitrator will be looking at that to say, well, look, city, for 20 years, you've never spoken on this issue, that issue, or the other issue. You've set a precedent. But we feel confident that given the win that we got with an arbitrator in the PPBA contract, that we're going to be able to make the case in arbitration against the FOP that these changes are vital and essential. We have to have them lined up with the accountability measures that are in the consent decree. And right now the contracts are not, and we can't have those out of line. And I think you know this, but it bears repeating, and I'm sure the Attorney General will get into this. The consent decrees cannot void existing contracts. They have strong recommendations on what the path forward is and a roadmap, but there's no court that I'm aware of that has mandated change in police contracts, even in the face of a consent decree where those provisions are in conflict. That's why it's so critically important for us to push hard to get those contracts aligned with the reform agenda that we have for the police department in order for us to be able to move forward. And we intend to do just that.
Thank you. I want to acknowledge Senator Durbin, who stayed with us for so long and has to run. I don't know if there's anything you want to say before you go.
No, just to tell you that I think we all sense that we're at a moment in history when there's a potential to make a real change in America for good. And that 8 minutes and 46 seconds has had a profound impact on us. I just hope all of us who are lucky enough to be in elective office and those who are supporting us will stand behind us as we try to make some significant changes. As I said, it's going to start at the top. It's going to take new leadership in the White House to make it happen, but I believe it can. So I'm going to continue to work with Kwame, with the mayor, with the governor, and my colleague, Senator Duckworth, to do everything. Thanks again to Cabrini Green for all that you've done. Glad to be with you today.
Thank you, Senator. AG Rowell, I want to turn to you. I'm sure that there are some pieces of the FOP contract that you wanted to touch on, but I also wanted to ask you about the consent decree itself. The federal consent decree was put into place following a lawsuit from your predecessor, Lisa Madigan, who sued the city to enact the reforms following the 2017 DOJ report that found CPD had a history of civil rights violations and pattern and practice of excessive force and abuse. And a June 2020 report shows that CPD missed 70% of the deadlines in the first year. What can the AG's office do to hold CPD accountable? And if this is the big accountability play in the reform playbook, why isn't it working?
Well, listen, first of all, before I touch on this, I wanted to touch on a prior question because there was a little bit of a debate, and I want to echo some of the sentiments communicated by the mayor and the senator. We've all been in touch. I've been in touch with John Lausch. I've been in touch with leaders of federal law enforcement agencies, and it's important to understand that my office has, as well as CPD and state police and sheriff's office, has historically worked in partnership with these federal law enforcement agencies on a wide variety of issues: drug trafficking, internet predators, violent crime, and most recently, COVID related crimes. And so that's an ongoing relationship. At the same time, I have an anxiety about what happened in Portland and what's coming out of the president's mouth. So we can be prepared for both. We can be prepared to react to unconstitutional actions that may come from federal protection services, as well as continue to collaborate legitimately with law enforcement, as we have, from federal law enforcement, as we have historically have done. With shifting to the consent decree, yes, certainly we raised last month a concern with regards to deadlines that have been missed. The mayor and I have had conversations prior to that, and we both acknowledge a need to move that forward. At the beginning, at the outset of the implementation of the consent decree, the most critical three words I thought that was in the judge's order was, let us begin. And there was so much that's packed into those three words. And I think part of that is that this is going to be a process that takes as long as it needs to take to have the comprehensive reform of a department that over decades has led to the systemic problems, not the isolated bad apple problems that I spoke about in my opening, but systemic problems that need undoing. When people embrace nomenclature like defund or abolish, I believe it's done because we cannot fix the long existing problems by tinkering. There has to be comprehensive change, which the consent decree in part talks about with regards to de-escalation and accountability, getting better supervisor to officer ratios, collection of data, pointing on when a gun is pointed. It's interesting. I responded to a social media post recently that asked the question, how old were you the first time a police officer pointed a gun at you? My answer was 17. There were answers that were 6, 8, 9, 10. And so we have to acknowledge from that there are systemic problems that exists. Over the course of my year and a half in the Attorney General's office, there have been, I've worked with, communicated with 3 different superintendents. I've recently met one-on-one with Superintendent Brown. He's at the sort of beginning of his tenure, and there's been some changes in leadership at the Chicago Police Department. Those are some of the things that are necessary to really effect change. There is, I don't think the mayor would disagree with me. Not to put words in her mouth, but I think there probably have been individuals historically within the police department that are resistant to some of the changes that are implicated in the consent decree. That makes it difficult for us to move forward. And so personnel changes in leadership are important to moving this forward. We are not the sole plaintiff in the consent decree, so we have continued communication with the other 2 groups, 2 coalitions. And we know we have at our disposal the ability to go to Judge Dow and motion up a case if we don't see adequate progress. There is a monitor, Maggie Hickey, and she has acknowledged some of the challenges of moving in a rapid and enough pace, but I'm hopeful that we can do so. Now, and finally, before I shut up and mute myself, the consent decree includes a best efforts clause, and it recognizes that there has to be efforts not only in the negotiation of collective bargaining agreements. I once did serve as a labor lawyer negotiating contracts with 13 different collective bargaining units. And so, yes, provisions making certain that complaints that are anonymous will be investigated. Provisions that make certain that there is an other deterrent to people coming forth with complaints. But that also has to be addressed legislatively. There are some legislative restrictions, including that complaints need to be accompanied by a signed affidavit, and that if there's a false statement within such an affidavit, it's mandated to be reported for prosecution by the local state's attorney. That is a deterrent to anybody coming forth with a complaint, and we have to address things legislatively. On the accountability front, I've started back a conversation that I started when I was in the legislature 5-6 years ago, and I'll correct that. Former Senator Tim Bivens started the conversation around police licensing. I've been in contact with law enforcement leaders, including Superintendent Brown, as well as the Chiefs of Police Association, the Sheriff's Association, the Law Enforcement Training and Standards Board, about the notion of police licensing outside of the local departmental disciplinary process. Just as we have as lawyers, as doctors, as hairdressers, as in all sorts of professions, we have an accountability scheme that if you engage in conduct unbecoming of being in that profession, you can be held accountable at the state level. And we're hopeful about moving that forward legislatively.
Thank you. We have 6 people on our panel. We had 60 minutes to talk. We are talking about the most pressing issues of our time around police accountability, and we are discussing them passionately and honestly. And I want to thank everybody for joining to do that. To close our panel, I wanted to refer back to the original framing around what will the history books say about Chicago during this time, and ask each of our panelists to take a minute just to be futurists And I want to start with Reverend Chamberlain, first of all, because we did not have as much time to talk with you, to see if there's anything else you wanted to say, and then ask that you move into your prediction of what the history books will say.
Thank you. So 2 things that I want to say before I look to the future. There's a huge piece that we really have to address, just the culture and policing. And a solution to that could be the city just starting out and saying that there's a zero tolerance policy for racist police. And there are ways that we can do that I'm happy to discuss later on, but there are ways that we can say there's a zero tolerance police and mean it. I mean, zero tolerance for racist police and really mean it and say it. The second piece is that, again, there has to be money invested into a public health approach, millions of dollars. And that's when we say defund the police, that means invest into strategies that work. We can't continue to talk about policing tactics when we need to hear more from the public health department and the public health approach, investing into the mental health of our people, because Black people are dying. 80% of the people are dying are Black people. And looking into the future, I would like to see tangible changes, meaning that when we go through our communities, when we visit our family members, when we're sitting on our porches, that Black people are able to live free from violence, from being incarcerated, that we're able to live, to have that Black dignity that we all preach about, but we can tangibly see it.
Thank you, Reverend. I'm going to turn to Brendan next.
Thank you, Angelique. I think history is still being written right now. We don't know what history is going to say. And funny enough, I think what history says about Chicago has a lot more to do with what happens in Springfield than what happens in Chicago. The mayor was right. Consent decrees can't impact CBAs. But CBAs, as the Supreme Court ruled on June 18th, thanks to good litigation by the city, can't abrogate what state law says. And when you talk about the accountability issues that AG Raul raised, that's the police officer Bill of Rights. When you talk about the barriers to holding officers civilly liable, that's not only qualified immunity, but that's the Tort Immunity Act. When you talk about the distinction between what use force officers can use and what private citizens can use, that's what's called the objective reasonable standard, but it's actually very subjective as it relates to police use of violence. And when you talk about the various ways that we can really begin to fund our communities and reduce the culture of policing through greater accountability and criminal justice reform, that's going to either happen in Springfield in the fall or not. And I think that, honestly, I think what's going to happen in Springfield in the fall will dictate in many ways how we're viewed in the city of Chicago. I believe, and I suspect one or two of the panelists disagree, I believe that the community activists and the youth activists and the youth leaders who have moved this discussion into various possibilities and realms and visions that hadn't been in the public discussion before have done a great job. And I know that they're going to continue to do the job. And frankly, those are my leaders. Those young activists who have envisioned for the last 7-8 years new ways to do public safety and have brought that to the street, whether it be civilly or uncivilly, those are the folks who I'm impressed by and who I'm following. And either way, regardless of whether we get something substantive done in Springfield in the fall, I am proud of my city right now and couldn't be any prouder.
Thank you, Brendan. Let's turn to AG Rowell.
Brendan, I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm inspired by the activism of my stepson, my daughter, and their friends, and I have had a number of recent conversations with my colleague in Minnesota, AG Keith Ellison, whose son is on the Minnesota City Council, which voted for a defund initiative to recreate the public safety in Minnesota. Whether or not I embrace every definition of defund or abolish, I think it has inspired conversations that I've tried to have historically by introducing things such as the Stefan Watts Act that call for a mental health response when there's a mental health call. So I think we are aligned in a lot of the conversations associated with the nomenclature of defund or abolish, whether or not I fully embrace the notion of abolishing a police department. What I'm hopeful history will say is that because of the lack of tolerance and acceptance from institutional players that have historically turned a blind eye to what has happened with law enforcement, that this was, in fact, a pivotal time. We've seen during COVID-19, during the stay-at-home orders from a period from March 22nd to April 23rd, there were 72% fewer arrests than that same period a year ago, which suggests to us that we can embrace diversion tactics and we can start looking at in Springfield at what offenses might be eligible for a reduction in their classification, because we've had a history in Springfield of enhancing penalties, not based on science or data, but just to be tough on crime. And so we have to relieve some of the burden on police officers. And one of the critical things that I want to say is, as I close, I think this conversation sometimes is framed as an anti-law enforcement conversation, and it is not. My focus on accountability, one of the major pieces of my focus on accountability is focused on this licensing proposal. And it has been primarily conversation with law enforcement leaders that embrace the notion, because they have had trouble holding bad cops accountable historically. I've had conversation with labor leaders because I understand that the proposal will be characterized as an attack on collective bargaining. And those conversations have been good. They understand that I'm not coming towards trying to undermine collective bargaining in general, but we want accountability for bad police officers that ought not be able to be police officers in any department in the state of Illinois, that they may be fired or that they may quit under investigation and hop to another police department. We should have no longer have a tolerance for that and have a mechanism to prevent that from happening.
Thank you, AG Raoul. Mayor Lightfoot.
So your question was, what will history say of this moment and of us? I'll end where I started, which is that I hope we use this opportunity to reinforce the pillars of our democracy that have really been shaken in recent years, and particularly in recent months. And I hope that individually, we will work on building bridges over which others can travel to us and over which we can travel to them.
I want to thank all of our panelists today for joining us in this moment where having a conversation across difference is the only way that we're going to find solutions to move forward. I also want to thank the Illinois Justice Project for the work that they do all the time, as well as the Cabrini Green Legal Aid organization. We are going to take a short break, and then we will start up again at 11:15 for the Courts and Incarceration panel that will run from 11:15 to 12:30. Thanks, everybody. See you again at 11:15.
Good morning, Mr. Delamore. It's Sandy from the President's office. How are you?
Here we go. I was muted. How are you?
All right. I'm wonderful, Mr. Delamore. How are you?
I'm doing all right, Sandy.
Doing great. Well, this is going to be interesting. I saw the first one. It went very well.
Yeah, I wish I had been able to see that one, but unfortunately, our mayor has given us a rather busy day.
Yes, I can believe that.
Yeah, they called me at like 7 o'clock.
I can believe it. I can definitely believe it.
This will be good. This will be very good.
I believe so. Who is our host?
Well, technically, I'm leading the discussion, but
Okay.
the Justice Project and the Cabrini Green Legal Aid are our overall hosts.
Okay, gotcha.
So I'm the moderator, so to speak. I don't know why they said respondent. That sounds like different.
Absolutely.
Hi friends, just want to let you know that we are still live streaming, and that includes the audio. And the videos are currently not shown, just the PowerPoint.
Sorry.
Thank you. No, okay, thank you.
Hello, hello, hello.
Just checking mic again. Well, good morning and
morning.
hello, and welcome to the panel on incarceration and the courts. I'm Craig Dellamore from WBBM News Radio, and I'm going to sort of act as the moderator for this discussion. But just to open things up, putting people behind bars by most measures should not be a simple decision. The effects are so far reaching for the inmate, for the people left behind, for the correction system, and of course, for the economy. But Illinois has a lot of people behind bars. Figures from the Illinois Department of Corrections peg the prison population at just over 38,000 at the end of last year, but that's more than 20% below the peak population of 49,400 back in February of 2013. And the Civic Federation says the department spends about $1.5 billion a year. And remember, that's just the state prison population. The counties are issues unto themselves, all 102 of them. They each have a sheriff, state's attorneys, and judges, all making decisions about who does or doesn't remain in custody and how they travel through our justice system, or is it really dozens of systems? So our aim here is to talk about the broad effects of incarceration and the ways in which people are put in jails or prison. We want to talk about how equitable or not the process can be. Who makes the decisions on diverting people to alternatives and how? There are major efforts to reduce jail and prison populations, but with so many people being shot every week in Chicago, for example, there's some pushback from the general public, among others. So how do we balance justice with public safety? Then there's public health. We have to talk about COVID-19. Throughout Illinois, prison procedures radically changed as a result of the pandemic. All Department of Corrections facilities were closed to visitors. Facilities were with confirmed cases went on lockdown, and transfers between prisons were halted. So the courts have had to rule on how Illinois' prisons fail to protect inmates from COVID-19. We want to consider how best to move forward with reforms. So that's a pretty tall order for an hour-long discussion, but we have a panel used to dealing with the biggest issues and crises of one kind or another. And it consists of the Chief Justice of the Illinois Supreme Court, Ann Burke, Cook County Board President Tony Preckwinkle, Joby Case, the head of Restored Justice, and Sharon Mitchell of the Illinois Justice Project, one of our hosts here today. So we're going to call on the Chief Justice first. Chief Justice Ann Burke was a special counsel to Governor Edgar for Child Welfare Services and was appointed to the appellate court in 1995, elected to a full term next year, and she has risen to lead the Supreme Court now. And good morning, Chief Justice. It's good to see you again. And please, you have the floor.
Well, thank you, Craig. First of all, I'd like to thank the Illinois Justice Project, all the co-conveners, and the panel members for all the panels today and their participation, but especially for their service to our community and to help other people. I'd like to begin by saying hello to everyone, and I'd like to talk about prior to the pandemic. We in the judicial branch were already pursuing many reforms relating to incarceration, and particularly pretrial incarceration. And to give one example, I would like to say that President Tony Preckwinkle, the Cook County Justice Advisory Council, and justice stakeholders in Cook County embarked on a pre-trial bond court initiative to collaborate on bond reform. One of the pressing concerns was the incarceration of individuals prior to trial just because they could not afford bail. At first, it was very difficult to garner support from the stakeholders. However, with persistence, eventually, over the course of several years, the stakeholders were successful in creating a fairer model to determine who should be detained prior to trial and who should not. To me, the critical lesson to be drawn from this experience is that collaboration among stakeholders is the key to achieving any successful reform. Now, deep in the pandemic, this lesson has truly been brought to home. People often forget, as Craig had mentioned, how large and how diverse the Illinois court system is. There are 24 circuits in our state. Only 6 of these circuits, including Cook County Circuit, are within the confines of a single county. The remaining circuit courts contain between 2 and 12 counties each. What this means is that any attempt to address issues such as incarceration rates, the health and safety of detainees, will involve the local authorities, multiple county sheriffs, multiple county health departments, and multiple county boards. Collaboration is the only path forward. Now, if there was ever a silver lining to this pandemic for the judicial branch, it may be that it has forced greater interaction and collaboration among all our stakeholders on a statewide basis, which has been a very good consequence. To give just a few examples of this that have occurred over the past 4 months, in early March, the Supreme Court began holding COVID-19 court leadership calls with judges, clerks, and key staff from around the state, the appellate courts and circuit courts throughout the state. First calls were via teleconference, then we moved to Zoom in April. During these calls, all the judges and staff and stakeholders shared their experiences and shared what they were doing about things such as remote bond hearings via Zoom, holding court calls in local schools, auditoriums, because the court system or the court place of justice, the courthouse, wasn't large enough to have safe distancing, and also VFW halls around the state. And we also had collaboration within this leadership of maybe 100 people on Zoom calls to help amend Supreme Court rules to ease the ability to work together. There have been over 20 statewide hearings like this. Now in April, we have put together a statewide juvenile court leadership with Administrative Office, Children and Family Services Division of our court, and the Department of DCFS to discuss whether or not the juvenile court issues are being included in all the properly Zoom calls. And to hear some of the things that are happening around the states, it's exciting. Biological parents who never really had an opportunity to meet their children through visitation, because it was too far to travel, it was difficult to leave work if they had work. So through Zoom, and the courts giving the opportunities for Zoom, biological parents are meeting with each other. There's also hearings for temporary custody and hearings that the parents and even fathers who never participated, I'm hearing, are participating in these Zoom calls concerning their children. So some things are happening that have caused the court system to really move forward. Now, when the pandemic began, the Judicial College also started having virtual learning opportunities, educational events related to the COVID and health and safety issues in our courts throughout the state. Over 8,000 stakeholders have participated in those hearings on a weekly basis. In June, we approved the creation of the Illinois Judicial Conference Operation COVID Task Force that will continue through COVID. The 3 areas of initial focus include logistics of maintaining the safety for the court personnel and the litigants, juries, and the public, and use of remote proceedings, possibly with criminal cases are consistent with due process, and remote jury selection, which have been taking place throughout the state. And this is just a sample of the ongoing efforts of the judicial branch to make sure that the court system remains open and functioning during the pandemic. Of course, this is all a work in progress. Every day, everybody gets new calls. Something else has to be tweaked. But going forward, we can build these collaborative efforts and hope to eliminate racial and economic disparities and improve access for justice. And I look forward to hearing from my panel members and answering questions with them. Thank you, Craig.
And thank you, Justice Burke. Next up is going to be Cook County Board President Toni Preckwinkle. Many of us first got to know her as a Chicago alderman, but this former history teacher has focused on criminal justice and equity in every facet of her public life. Those of us who've been following her for years have heard these refrains a lot, and I'm sure we will hear and learn from them again. President Preckwinkle, thank you.
Thank you very much, Craig. And I want to commend and congratulate all of our panelists. It's great to be part of this event. I want to thank Esther and Paula for inviting me here today to talk about issues that are challenging all of us in elective office. I want to talk today about reducing our jail population, electronic monitoring, and public safety. These are the issues that I've made a priority for my administration. And as Craig shared with you, these are issues that I focused on when I was in the city council as well. I know these are issues that are important to all of you who are with us in this Zoom call. I want to begin my discussion by talking about Justice Burke. She didn't do herself enough credit. You know, when I first came into this job, we had a Justice Advisory Council that was sort of the vehicle for working on criminal justice reform issues, and it was pretty moribund. And I went to Justice Burke and asked her if she would be willing to chair it and help us initiate our criminal justice reform in my administration. And she was gracious enough to do that, and she did it for 8 years, and I can't thank her enough for her leadership. She's been a champion of criminal justice reform in Cook County, not just in the state of Illinois, but particularly here in Cook County, our home. And it would be really remiss on my part if I didn't acknowledge how important her role as a champion of criminal justice reform has been to the success of our efforts. So thank you very much, Justice Burke. Illinois law, says that money bond should be the last resort. And in Cook County, judges have begun following that imperative more accurately. And it's a result, frankly, of the work that was done under Justice Burke's leadership, Chief Justice Burke's leadership, when she was head of the Justice Advisory Council. Because one of the first things the Justice Advisory Council did was undertake a review of what was going on in bond court and what was really happening in terms of cash bonds. And where we are now is that, as I said, there's much less reliance on cash bond as a result of the initial work done by Chief Justice Burke and the Justice Advisory Council, and now all of our stakeholders working together to try to ensure that cash bond is the last resort instead of the default position in our courtrooms. The judges have gotten more training. We've designed an interview space so our public defenders could hear what their clients were actually saying. We've hired outreach workers to interview family members and follow up with employers and other sources of information. So we've made not only policy changes, but we've made physical changes in our courtroom. We've invested a lot of money in our bond courts to make them more friendly to the people who have to engage in business there. And I'm grateful to all of the parties, all of the public safety stakeholders, Chief Judge Evans, State's Attorney Kim Fox, Public Defender Amy Campanelli, Sheriff Dart, and Clerk of the Court Dorothy Brown for their collaboration in making these criminal justice reform initiatives possible. The Office of the Chief Judge invested in training and implemented a new risk assessment tool. We increased releases without putting the public at risk. And I think it's important to understand that until 2020, we were seeing simultaneously a reduction in the population in the Cook County Jail and a reduction in crime. 2020 has been an anomaly in many respects, which I'm sure we'll get to later. Over time, the jail population has declined considerably. In 2013, when we began in earnest our collaborative efforts, the daily jail population averaged between 10 and 11,000 people. It's now down to about 4,900 people. And at the height of the pandemic, it was down to 4,000 due to the very concerted efforts, not just of the public safety stakeholders, but our partners in the criminal justice reform arena to get as many people out of the jail as we could safely because the jails, as we know, are petri dishes for the epidemic. As I said, over time, the jail population has declined considerably from 10 or 11,000 down to 49,000 now. And that meant that fewer people who were too poor to afford to pay their cash bonds and those charged with nonviolent offenses have a better chance of being released either on their own recognizance or on electronic monitoring than they did in prior years. With the COVID-19 pandemic, as I said, we rapidly reduced the jail population down to almost 4,000 people. The good news is that we did this as a team, not only public safety stakeholders, but our partners in the advocacy arena. The state's attorney and the public defender directed their staff to work together to find people who could be safely released, and local partners paid bonds for county residents. The Cook County health staff at the jail did amazing work and turned the tide and got control of the COVID-19 transmissions in the jail. We're at the point now where new cases in the jail are coming from the community and not within the jail population. And we have the capacity as a result of the sheriff's good work and the work of our Bureau of Asset Management to quarantine and isolate those individuals that require either isolation or quarantine. Two factors have impacted our success so far with bond reform and jail population reduction. First is the expansion of electronic monitoring. Now, unfortunately, the electronic monitoring system hinders the ability of those released on it to maintain employment, education, or care for their families. Moreover, it doesn't reward success at being able to maintain compliance. And so we wind up with many individuals who are in electronic monitoring for very long periods. Another factor hindering our reforms is the false narrative that reforms are causing a spike in violence in Chicago. As I said, until 2020, what we saw simultaneously was a reduction in the number of people in jail and a reduction in the number of murders and shootings in Chicago. We know that the problem of violence in our city is systemic. This problem requires police to be a willing partner to improve public safety. And we need the police to make arrests as long as they're the right type of arrests. That is, people who are accused of actually shooting and not sweeps of nonviolent youth off the corner, bringing them into the jail. You know, arrests are not mentoring. False narratives are dangerous and we must remain steadfast. Over-policing is not the answer. I'm going to say that again. Over-policing is not the answer, and neither is the overuse of electronic monitoring. So we're going to tackle electronic monitoring. My staff at the Justice Advisory Council has taken over finding housing for people who've been released on electronic monitoring, but do not have a place to live. It was called the no place to stay population, and they remained in the jail because we didn't have housing for them. We've increased our number of housing providers from 2 to 7. Additionally, the sheriff has declined to continue to administer the electronic monitoring program. This has given us an opportunity to reimagine what we want supervised pretrial to look like. My staff is working on reshaping electronic monitoring with the assistance of a technical assistance provider and other subject matter experts. In the near term, judges will still be ordering electronic monitoring. Orders to electronic monitoring should be regularly reviewed so that people who do not violate can be released from electronic monitoring. We have to increase movement to allow them to productively contribute to their families and communities while they are out and to be able to respond to success. We need to see the reduction in the jail population matched with a reduction in the population on electronic monitoring, as well as a reduction in the prison population. And we need to ensure that our reforms in the criminal justice system are sustainable, equitable, and lasting. Reducing the jail population, reducing those on electronic monitoring, increasing access to restorative justice, and more significant investments in critical services we know are needed. Employment services, healthcare, education, and trauma-informed counseling, to name a few. I want to thank you for this opportunity to be with you this morning.
Thank you, President Preckwinkle. Next is Joby Cates. I keep mispronouncing your name. Next is Joby Cates. She is the founder and executive director for Restore Justice. That's a statewide justice reform group that focuses on issues surrounding long-term incarceration. She's a past senior director of the Midwest Regional Office of Human Rights Watch. And thank you very much for being a part of this discussion.
Well, thank you as well, Craig, and thanks to our colleagues at the Illinois Justice Project, Sharon and Cabrini Green Legal Aid, for inviting me to participate. And I represent a lot of really wonderful people who are formerly incarcerated or currently incarcerated for more than 20 years for things they did before they were 25. That's our group and their family members. So what I wanted to focus on a little bit today, it's a little different. I think we take a different approach because we are not, I don't represent a government entity in charge of administering these huge changes in our system now. But when I was asked to participate in this panel, I was asked to talk a little bit about the effect on individuals of COVID-19 and racial inequity in our criminal legal systems. So I'm going to start by going back to early March when our staff and board, which includes people who've served a lot of time in the Illinois Department of Corrections and their moms, we started getting very worried, and we were wondering how we were going to get information about what was actually going on inside prison. So we created a tracker that would help us to triangulate information from the data that is made available from the Illinois Department of Corrections. And I'm not here to talk badly about anyone, but the department has a very difficult haul trying to get information out publicly. So for whatever reason, that data is pretty sparse. We thought if we could document what was actually happening with loved ones and friends and relatives in prison, we could create a climate where we could help save some lives. The idea was that institutions behave better when they're being watched. Since then, we've documented more than 500 verified reports of what would in any signatory nation to the Rome Statute, my old Human Rights Watch background coming back, would be considered human rights abuses. In these cases, people who are committed to the state's care, to our care, we are the state, are being actively harmed, sometimes unintentionally, just because of the history and the degradation of the system, and sometimes with some intent. But I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not here to announce a lawsuit, so I'm going to stop using that kind of language. I am a mother, and I'm a sister, and I'm a wife. I'm a child of someone, of a dad. And while my 17-year-old son is not incarcerated, my closest colleagues for the past 10 years do have children, brothers, sisters, husbands in prison. And I'm here to tell you that the suffering of those individual human beings is unimaginable right now. Their suffering is really a window into the impact of an unjust system on the individual. So I'm just going to tell a quick story, and this is a true story. This happened to a member of my team. I want you to imagine receiving a phone call from your son. I know many of you have children, and on this panel. He committed a terrible act at 15, but now he's 39 and he's in prison. He's been in prison since he was 15. He had his life sentence vacated in 2016 because of a US Supreme Court decision. And after a lifetime of believing he was going to die in prison, he had hope. He started making plans for his release in a few years. You get this call and you're so grateful for this and every call that you get from him because you didn't hear from him for 17 days in a row in the beginning of the pandemic. At that same time, you were hearing news reports from Stateville. Were there 5 deaths? Were there 12? There were no public reports of how many deaths there were at Stateville. How did you know? With communications shut down and erratic, you were left to be afraid and wondering. You've been hearing from him more now, but his calls are erratic because the facility where he is keeps changing their protocols and their procedures. You can't figure out when you need to get to the phone. When you do talk with him that day, he's depressed, and he talks about how he thought he'd escaped the prospect of dying in prison when the US Supreme Court vacated his sentence. But now he says they're going to get him anyway. There may be a temptation for many of you to close your heart to this story. People in prison were involved in a crime. For the most part, not all. But as Chairman Preckwinkle said, some were involved in ways very tangentially, and some are innocent. But the impact on at least this one individual and this individual's mother is clear. But even if you don't care about either of them, you've written them off. They're probably part of the problem. Consider this. At the time COVID hit Illinois, we already had people serving dramatically different amounts of time for the same crimes. Why? Because of their race, their access to resource, and their age at the time of arrest, and because of the year that their crime occurred. We love to say in the society, if you did the crime, you should do the time. But the truth is, in Illinois, the time is completely radically different based on arbitrary lines in the legal sand that were drawn by different groups of people in the General Assembly at different times over the past several decades. They make no sense. And they lead to sort of a nonsensical situation where you could have two men sitting in the same cell during a lockdown, during COVID-19, one of whom is serving 15 years for the same crime as the other who is serving 30 and will do every day of those sentences. What this practically means during COVID I know Craig, you mentioned that there are probably around 38,000 people in Illinois prisons right now. They haven't publicly updated these numbers recently, but there should be less because of all of the things that Chief Justice Burke and Chairman Preckwinkle mentioned. There should be less. It should be closer to 34,000 right now because of the transfer halt and other changes in the courts and slowdowns and the like. But even given that, there are perhaps 8,000 aging or elderly people who happen to be in prison today, regardless of their level of rehabilitation, regardless of whether they've aged out of criminal activity. And those people are living, those 8,000 people, they're living right at the intersection of racial inequality and pandemic because they're stuck. And it's not their fault that they're stuck in this time. There are many things that may be their fault, but this is not among them. So I'm going to kind of just talk a little bit more about another question we were asked coming into this panel, or I was asked coming into this panel, which is, what role should decarceration play in light of public health and public safety? And we've talked about gun violence and we've talked about the pandemic. And we've talked about slogans. I've heard earlier today some of the slogans that protesters are chanting, free them and decarcerate and defund, the hashtags that you hear every day. I want to kind of say that we are not an activist organization at Restore Justice. We're a very practical organization, and we think decarceration, regardless of how you feel about the broader movement, is a smart public health and public safety strategy. So the simple answer to the question of what role decarceration should play in this larger public safety and public health movement is a big one. Dr. Ezike, our fabulous public health director in the state of Illinois, often reminds us that COVID-19 is a novel virus. There's much we don't know. But one thing that was hammered home in the 100+ press briefings that the governor and Dr. Ezike did with us every day during the pandemic, the beginning months of the pandemic, was that there are two major ways to combat COVID, particularly in aggregate settings. One is to create more space in those settings, as much as possible, make possible social distancing. And two is to dive deep into testing and contact tracing and health practices within these facilities. So decarceration is a way to create space for social distancing in facilities that are not built for social distancing. They're not built for airflow and for ventilation. They are not built for people to be able to control their own space, particularly in Illinois where prisons are old and crumbling. So decarceration was our first step, and Illinois officials, long-term policy ambitions around decarceration aside, did try to do some releases. They now, as of today, appear to have stopped communicating about intentional early release. They may be doing it, but they're not talking about it if they are, or releasing new data. From our perspectives, these officials made a good effort, but they played it relatively safe politically, not taking full advantage of all of the legal mechanisms at their disposal. We know it's hard to look backward, and we know that, that this is not a straightforward task for any political leader. But the fact is that only 600 people were released using the earned discretionary sentencing credit mechanism to release people early. That's 1,600 people of the 30 some odd thousand who are incarcerated right now. Those releases varied wildly by facility. So in some facilities, much space was created, and in others, none. One of the facilities we've been most concerned about is Menard Correctional Center in Southern Illinois. It's one of the farthest away from the people who are watching. It has the most people who are serving super long sentences who are also aging. And it is a place where they have released, according to their last report, less than 10 people of the thousands that they have incarcerated there. While at other facilities, they've released hundreds and have created this room. it is incredibly shocking to us as well with these early releases that while 45% of the prison population is Black compared with only 14% of the state, only 31% of those earned discretionary sentencing credit releases were Black. So how do you do that? How do you create a system where you're doing early release to save lives and you're releasing more white people in a system that's predominantly Black? I don't believe anyone intended a racially unjust outcome. I don't believe they sat down and said, let's release disproportionately white people from prison. I don't believe that at all. But the outcome stands. This is what happened. And it shows how people with good intentions and people who are running important offices representing a political point of view that is fundamentally about racial justice can still perpetuate racially unjust outcomes if they don't stop and take a more critical look at the decisions they're making in real time. And I'll pause there and just say thank you again for inviting us to participate. A lot more that we could talk about, and I'm excited to hear from Sharon and engage in some conversation.
And we will have more conversation even beyond that. One program note, thank you, Paula Wolf, for pointing this out to us. The director of the Illinois Department of Corrections is going to be on the panel after this one. So Joby Cates, he will be addressing some of the issues that you raised. So we'll have that to look forward to too. But now, for last but not least, is Sharon Mitchell Jr. He's executive director of the Illinois Justice Project. He was a trial attorney with the Cook County Public Defender's Office. His current work focuses on pretrial issues, sentencing policies, and violence prevention. And he's also our host, or at least one of them. So thank you, Sharon.
Thank you so much, Craig. I think I would bicker a bit with you on the idea about last but not least. I think the only way you get on a panel with the president of the county and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court and one of the foremost advocates in the state of Illinois, if not the nation, is if you knew a guy or knew a gal. And I think that's how I'm here talking with you all today. I don't want to be too long so we can get into our discussion. But a common retort by someone like me who's sitting in my shoes is that we don't invest in the communities with concentrated levels of violence. And this lack of investment is said to be another example that we don't think that Black Lives Matter. But I want to kind of question that theory. You don't have to trust the guy in the suit jacket and tie and basketball shorts, but we know that our city and state combined spend billions of dollars every year on policing and incarceration. We heard that in the panel before, those numbers out there. And we know that much of that money is spent in the communities that we talk about, like the ones I'm from. So if you know Paula Wolf, you know this, she talks about this all the time. Before COVID, if you combine the number of people in the criminal justice system, those in the 92 adult jails around the state, the 16 juvenile detention centers, the more than 20 adult prisons, the 5 juvenile prisons, and all those in probation or mandated supervised release, we'd have a population larger than any city in the state of Illinois, with the exception of Chicago. So we'd have Chicago, we'd have all those folks that are caught up in the system. And then we have, Aurora, Naperville, and Joliet. That's before COVID. So we know that the footprint of the justice system is massive, and we know the investment is massive as well. But that investment is concentrated in policing, in courts, and incarceration. That is how we invest in Black lives in the state. So I think the question we have to ask is, how effective is that investment? And I think COVID is starting to teach us that our footprint doesn't always have to be that large. We can reduce arrests, we can make our jails smaller, we can make our prisons smaller. The prison population is down about 16% in the last 6 months. We can make those changes. Not enough, and certainly racial issues, as Joby talked about, but not enough. With that said, listen, gun violence, that's an issue. We got to talk about that. I'm sitting in a community that's been affected by it. I've always lived in those communities. And we've seen a surge in the past month, but we've had declines in gun violence and declines in the population of the jail year after year after year. So I think there's little correlation between how much we incarcerate and how safe we are from gun violence. We see all over the country elevated levels in the last couple months. But I think that speaks to a broader concern that justice system is being presented to fix problems it can't even hope to fix. We live in a world where incarceration is our main violence prevention strategy. And every weekend and every morning, we read stories in the newspaper of the failure of that strategy. I was talking on the phone yesterday with a man in charge of operations of a large intervention program, which worked with young men to get them on the right track, get them to be peaceful adults. And we've had many conversations before, but I could hear the frustration in his voice because he knows the basic truths and I know the basic truths, and the system isn't responsive to them. We were talking about the people who are caught carrying a firearm, the type of offense that makes up a vast majority of gun offenses in Cook County. I'd love for people to check out a report by Loyola. Dave Olson just released it, talking about how we treat gun crimes in the county. And the person I was talking to was so exasperated because he knew and I knew that stays in jail and prison don't address the conflicts that drive violence. Stays in jails and prison don't create the opportunities that divert kids and young adults from a lifestyle that fuels this violence. And stays in jails and prison don't limit folks' access to guns or their perceived need to carry those guns when they come back home. So we have to have a conversation about the effectiveness of our investments and our use of incarceration to keep us safe. With that said, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the organizers out there who are calling for this new approach to public safety. I'd also be remiss, and we talked about before, I think there are no two people in government that have been more effective at pushing us to have a conversation about how we operate our pretrial system than the two women that are on this call. President Parkwinkle was talking about the racism implicit in the justice system before it was cool. She's been talking about it before it's cool. And Chief Justice Burke has been working on having us have conversations about how we approach this. She helped to put together a Supreme Court commission that is looking at pretrial policies and release an excellent report. But I also want us to talk about and mention how folks on the ground, how organizers and advocates have worked on this issue as well. The Coalition to End Money Bond, the Illinois Network for Pretrial Justice have been carrying the narrative, changing the narrative, and talking to us about how we can keep our community safe and how what we're doing now just isn't the right move. I'll end with this. I think COVID and the uprisings have presented us lots of opportunities, but really no more important than giving the justice system the time, the capacity, the energy, and the momentum to rethink the size of the footprint of our carceral state and ask ourselves how effective it can be in keeping us safe and how we can make these investments that are more aligned with the goals of safety and equity. So we can talk about specifics, but that's what I want to start with. Thank you so much, Craig, for leading this discussion.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you to all four of you. Now I want to try and open it up for us to talk among ourselves about things. And, you know, if we were just going to talk about COVID, we could go for the whole discussion. If we just wanted to talk about violence, it could be a whole discussion, but I'm going to try and get us to talk about both. But let's talk about the violence part of this. And what I think is something that we have to address is the issue of fear. Because we're getting it from the public. And Sharon, I think you are dead on about what does and what doesn't work. But I suspect there are people sitting in their homes thinking, yes, we're not going to solve the problem by putting all these people in jail, except that that guy out there with a gun outside my house needs to be in jail, because then I can walk outside my door. And that's that kind of fear, the fear of judges who may not want to be the one who let out on bond or no bond or electronic monitoring, the person who becomes the next headline. I mean, I think there are just, people don't want to be the one that gets a finger pointed at them. And how do we deal with that? And, you know, I'd like to hear from any of you who would like to, and especially Chief Justice Burke. I mean, I would think that there are times when there are people on the bench who just don't want to be that headline. And how do you deal with that? Justice Burke, you're still muted.
I should know
There
that
you go.
people my age are given a little bit of leeway for learning all this new technology. And my 9 grandchildren aren't around me to help me figure it out right now. So I just want to say you're absolutely right. There are people on the bench who hesitate, I think, if you want to be honest, which I am, about making decisions. And they're supposed to be judges. We have an elected system, which I do agree with. I think people should not be disenfranchised about electing people, but we can also not re-elect them. And that's where education comes in. We need a better look at what's happening and who's making the decisions, how they've been making their decisions over their term of office and what they've done. I think Justice Preckwinkle has done that. She's been on many committees to interview people. Other people have done that. I think it should be a more public vetting of and knowledge of what the judges are doing. That being said, there is a statute. There's 32 points plus the pretrial service recommendations. And each detainee in front of a judge in bond court, for instance, may or may not have a background. That judge has to look at not only the current charge, but what the background of the person was and make decisions. And hopefully they're listening to both sides, as the Latin term in the Supreme Court says, audi alteram partem, to hear the other side for every detainee that stands in front of a judge. And with the bond court reform, I must say that, thanks to Kim Fox, the state's attorney's office, they objected to every recommendation for bond by the public defender for decades. That was the custom and practice. Well, there is no custom and practice in justice. Every detainee deserves to be looked at by the judge individually and be heard. And that's happening with the public defender's office and lawyers and the judge now because of bond court reform. Statewide, you were talking about electronic monitoring. You know, Cook County and large population areas are really the only ones that are using any kind of electronic monitoring. If you look statewide, most places can't afford it, number one. If they are being used in more rural areas, it's mostly domestic violence situations. And the cost of electronic monitoring is huge. If even in Cook County, if we had the money that was used for electronic monitoring to help with housing for some of the people who actually can't go anyplace, they have no place to go when they're, you know, removed from jail or not sent to jail, they have no home, no place to be. If we had housing for them and services, and I would like to think of pretrial service people being mentors as opposed to probation officers, pretrial officers. I would like to have people there, more of them, to have iPhones, to text them. How are you doing? Don't forget you have court tomorrow. Have some personal contact with people. And that's the things we've talked about over the last 8 years or more. And that's what I would like to see in place of some of this electronic monitoring, some of that money used for personnel, personal, you have your own person to talk to you. Come see me, talk to me. Anyway, that's
Thank you.
what my feeling is.
Thank you very much. Anybody else want to take part in this?
I think is President Preckwinkle speaking? I don't want to, you go ahead, President Preckwinkle, I'll go next.
Thank you, I will. So Justice Burke, I want you to know that whenever I do these Zoom meetings, I have one of my younger staff people with me. So, so they can help me. I confess.
Okay, right.
All right, so let me just say, I think what it takes is the courage of your convictions. If you believe in criminal justice reform, if you believe that our criminal justice system has disproportionately impacted people of color and poor people more broadly, then you have to stand up and say that. And you have to talk about the challenges in terms of racial justice. And that's what I've tried to do in my tenure as county board president, to keep the focus on the inequities in the criminal justice system and try to make the system fairer for everyone who comes in contact with it. We don't in the county have any choice about who's brought into the system. That's local police forces, local police departments. But we can do our best to see that people are treated fairly once they come into the system. And we had a system in which the poor were profoundly disadvantaged because of the reliance on cash bond. And we still have a system which is profoundly racist, like everything else in this country. We live in a profoundly racist country. And nowhere is that racism more apparent, more laid bare than our criminal justice system. And we have to acknowledge that. And as one of the panelists suggested, we have to look at everything we're doing in terms of what's really contributing to racial justice. And when we have disparate outcomes based on race, we have to take a look at why those disparate outcomes are happening and what we can do to change them. So I guess what I'd say in Justice Burke has suggested that judges need the courage of their convictions and need to follow the law. And I'd say the same for elected officials. You have to have the courage of your convictions, and you can't allow false narratives. And the present false narrative is that somehow the criminal justice reform efforts are the cause of the violence and uptick in violence in Chicago this year. You can't let those narratives stand. You have to address them at every point, challenge them at every point, and lay out the facts for people, which is what we've been trying to do.
I would only add to that, and really thanking President Preckwinkle for that statement, is I think we get stuck a little bit in this sort of either or thinking that we either have a criminal legal system or we have total freedom and anarchy where everybody gets to do whatever they want and there are no consequences. We also have a very short-term brain collectively where we see people as they are when they're 17 and not as they might be when they're 40 or when they're 70. And I think those two factors have created, you called it a false narrative, President Preckwinkle. I mean, it's nonsense. It's not based in any kind of human reality. We have many, many choices. For example, with sentencing, I know President Preckwinkle has personally been involved in some of the campaigns we've worked on with folks like Senate President Harmon and the former House Majority Leader Barbara Flynn Curry to bring some sort of rational middle ground back to our sentencing practices. And the fact that it is almost impossible to pass a bill in a democratic state, fundamentally democratic state in the General Assembly, that would make it possible for a 15-year-old who's serving a very, very long sentence to get a parole review. The fact that it took 5 years to get those votes counted for a 15-year-old to get a review on, say, a 70-year sentence, that we're still arguing about that when the rest of the country in many ways has moved on. And many other states and the federal government even have taken a look at some of these practices. But we have some very entrenched actors in this space who I think have really fed the false narrative and like a fire, it's a flame right now. Thanks.
I promise I'll be quick answering this question. We can get on to the next one. I think there's a luxury and a privilege of being fearful without being concerned about being effective. And the fact of the matter is our approach has not been effective. When I talk to the folks that run these organizations that are on the ground, that are looking to make our community safer, none of them say that just locking people up for a couple years changes the situation. They talk about people's access to guns. They talk about people's lack of access to jobs. They don't talk about locking somebody up, making it safer. We lock lots of folks up. Most of the folks that we lock up are people who are possessing guns when it comes to gun offenses, not who are shooting those guns. And we know that the vast majority of people who are accused of shooting those guns are incarcerated, whether it's effective or not, pre-trial. And we know whatever happens at bond court, folks still face consequences because they still have a case, no matter what happens, whether they get a cash bond or an I bond. If the evidence is there, they're held accountable. With that said, I think it's important to note that we have a system that President Preckwinkle has tried to stamp out that replaces risk in making those determinations with money. And that has meant that we have many more people who are incarcerated, not because they are across the state, people that are there because they're risky, not poor. So I think we need to end the use of cash bond all across and focus on things. If we're going to make incarceration decisions, which should be small, we should focus on risk. I think we also need to think about how our overuse of incarceration takes away from the actual issues that make communities safer. And I think that we do have movement on that issue. I think about the R3 program, which takes 25% of cannabis tax revenue, identifies objective communities that are objectively identified communities, and puts money for violence prevention and reentry services. We need to be doing things like that instead of just incarcerating people because we're scared of them.
Thank you very much. Can I get you to, any of you, to address the issue of the diversity of the court system, of the justice system, and how do we make sure that justice is being applied evenly, whether it's the southeast corner of Illinois or right here in the Chicago area?
This is Tony Preckwinkle. So I know that Justice Burke wants to respond to this as well. And I am grateful for the fact that we have an elected bench in the state of Illinois, because one of the things it's enabled us to do, and I speak now as chairman of the Cook County Democratic Party. I mean, one of the things that my predecessor, Joe Barrios, and I were committed to having a diverse slate of people that we support for seats in the Circuit Court of Cook County, on the Appellate Court, and in the Supreme Court. That the diversity of our county be represented in the people that we put forward to be judges. Because I think it's really important that people with a variety of life experiences are on the bench. And the more people who are frankly Black and brown on the bench, since most of the people who come into our court system are Black and brown, I think the better off we're going to be. I think we're more likely to have people who are empathetic to the life experiences that people coming to our criminal justice system have, if they themselves are part of those communities. And again, I want to thank Justice Burke, who has appointed a lot of good people of color to the bench. I want to thank others on the Supreme Court likewise for doing that. And I want to acknowledge the work that the parties tried to do, particularly in the last decade, to ensure that more women, more African Americans, more members of the Latinx community, more Asian Americans get slated to run for judge, so that we have a diversity of life experiences represented in our judiciary.
Thank you. Justice Burke?
Well, I affirm everything President Preckwinkle says. We do have an elected system, which I also believe is an important system. But let me just say this. The state is divided into 5 judicial districts. So by constitution, the state of Illinois is geographically diverse. Everybody on the court comes from someplace, except for 3 from Cook County because of population. from the corners of our state, which has been a wonderful thing for us. Lloyd Carmeyer, my predecessor as chief, he's still on the court, grew up as a farmer. Justice Thomas, who recently retired, he was a football player and a teacher. So, I mean, we have, and I was a gym teacher myself, a lot of diverse people on the Supreme Court. However, and thank goodness, Justice Freeman was a long-serving justice and African-American from Chicago, grew up in actually Virginia and moved to Chicago. 28 years he spent on the Supreme Court and worked tirelessly to make sure that people of color were appointed to the bench when there was an opportunity for the court to appoint somebody, and encouraged and mentored many young African-American men and women to be on the bench. And that's what we have to do. We have to make sure, affirmatively, mentor people, make sure, stand up for them, that they get elected and serve on the bench. Now, having said that, the next thing we do, if we don't have a wonderful diverse court, which we don't across the state, we have to make sure that people who are presently on the court are trained and have constant education on inclusion and diversity and implicit bias, which the court has just posted a position of a directorship for our court to make sure that our court will be diverse and lead the education piece of it for all our judges and court personnel. We're hiring a person for diversity and inclusion for our court, just to make sure and oversee all the branches and divisions of our court, that we are being very careful. Now that's one thing to do. That's a physical thing we're doing, but we all have to continue to work. One class is not enough. You have to continue talking about this. And that's what's wonderful about the pandemic in one way, is that so many people have been on Zoom and having conversations like this, and conversations they never would have had a chance to have before. They're convening with hundreds of people many times and discussing things that gives them permission also to talk. And I think that every voice should be heard, and we're trying very hard, and we need all the help we can get from everybody.
I do have one very quick idea, and it's going to be a very, very controversial idea, but I'm going to say it anyway. After spending time in prisons and in courtrooms over the past 10 to 12 years, it's the second part of my career, my life changed when I went to an Illinois prison as a friend, not as a VIP, as a friend. My life changed when I spent a day in a courtroom and watched what judges had to do all day long. I challenge any judge who's hearing a criminal case that results in any term of years in the Illinois Department of Corrections to go as a human, as a friend, to make a date with someone they have convicted 10, 20, 30 years ago, and sit across the table from that person and see who they are today. And I challenge every member of the General Assembly of the state of Illinois to do the same. And if they can't make it down to Menard or to Stateville or to Pontiac, perhaps they could spend a day at 26 in California sitting in one of those courtrooms and see the impact of the layering of laws and what judges deal with because of the layering of those laws over the years. And it's a challenge I don't lay down lightly, and it's not one I have not accepted myself. So maybe I'll start a hashtag later. I don't know what it'll be called. I need a cute name.
Thank you. Sharon?
Yeah, and I'll add one more thing. I think that determining who we have on the bench is incredibly important. Ensuring that they're diverse is incredibly important. Ensure they have a variety of life experience is important. But we also need to acknowledge, and I think Joby was getting to this, is that we have systems built into the system that create all types of equity problems, all types of justice problems, no matter who is on the bench. So it's readily available to us, studies across the country, that Black people get higher bond amounts than white people, that Black families are hard up to put those bonds up because it's Black families that are paying them up. And that the incarceration due to not being able to pay those bonds lead to longer prison sentences. And you're more likely to plead guilty, not because you think you did it, but because of jury taxes or trial taxes. We know that there are all types of systematic things. We have 5 juvenile prisons with 120 kids in them, and we're spending millions and millions of dollars when we know that that's not the best way to keep these kids safe and keep ourselves safe. We know, as we talk about police accountability, that there are issues in jails and prisons with law enforcement accountability. We know that we don't have the ability to document every single death of a detained person incarcerated, and that we should really think about passing things like the Death and Custody Reporting Act, so we know who's dying in our jails and prisons. So it's important to talk about who's on the bench. It's also important to talk about what judges have and what the system does in terms of resources.
Now, I reluctantly want to turn away from this part of the discussion so that we can take some time to talk about COVID-19, because I get the impression that there aren't a whole lot of stakeholders who have bad intentions in this, but I get the feeling that there are people who are feeling like they're being caught between, equally unpleasant outcomes. Nobody wants inmates to die, whether it's in jails or prisons. But as Joby so eloquently put, our institutions are not designed for anything close to social separation or health when we are faced with what we're faced with. So how do we solve those problems and still meet the demands of public safety, not letting people go who shouldn't be out, and not having the inequity that Joby was talking about, where more white people are being released than Black, even though the system is overwhelmingly Black. And
yeah, let me just
President
say,
Preckwinkle?
What I said earlier is, we at the county are the recipients. People come into our criminal justice system, but they come at the behest of our local police department. So we do the best we can to ensure that there is fairness in the system when they come to us. But, the fact of the matter is that Black and brown communities are over-policed, are hyper-policed. Black and brown people get arrested for things that white people never get arrested for. And as Sharon has pointed out, once they get into the criminal justice system, there's a very disparate impact, and that white people get different consideration than Black and brown people, particularly Black people. So when I've talked about the importance of having a diverse bench, quite true. But to Sharon's point, the racism is so endemic in our country that even when we have a diverse bench, there are all kinds of other factors that make the system disproportionately impactful negatively on Black and brown communities. And what we have to focus on is trying to figure out how we're going to make investments in Black and brown communities that reduce the number of people who are coming into our criminal justice system, given what we know about the terrible impacts the criminal justice system has on individuals and their families. And this afternoon, I'm going to be announcing that the county is going to be investing $5 million basically in violence interrupters, folks who are out in the communities trying to damp down the violence. $3 million is reallocated from our Justice Advisory Council programs on violence reduction, recidivism reduction, and restorative justice, and $2 million is money that we've kind of scraped up. But things are so difficult on the streets of Chicago that we felt it was imperative that the county support the efforts of the community-based organizations that are doing this critical work at this time. So we're going to be announcing that this afternoon. But I just have to, we have to. It doesn't help us to invest in more police, frankly. We have to invest in more violence interrupters. We have to invest in the communities that are struggling with unaddressed trauma, high unemployment, food deserts, lack of access to healthcare. If you overlay on communities, which communities are most impacted by COVID-19, which communities are most impacted by violence, they're the same communities, they're the same places. The COVID-19 pandemic, 3 times as many Latinx and Black folks have been impacted by the disease in proportion, right? The proportions are 3 times as much in Black and brown neighborhoods as they are in white communities. And so the COVID-19 pandemic, as I said earlier, has basically laid bare, stripped bare the inequities that were already there and compounded those inequities in profound and terrible ways.
I would just like to say, Craig, on following up on Justice Preckwinkle's point here, is that there is one of the co-conveners is an organization called the Alumni Association, and it's a group of former incarcerated individuals. Those individuals call themselves former consumers of the criminal justice system. And President Preckwinkle absolutely 8 years ago plus, when this organization began, had them come to the table of our Justice Advisory Council and advise us on what we needed to do with those people coming out of the jail. They are mentors to people coming out of the jail. They also try to get jobs for people coming out of the jail. So jobs is an important piece here. We need to work with our business people, our community, to make sure people who are coming out of jail, coming out of Department of Corrections, have a place to live and a place to work, so they can become contributing members of our society. We know through the Alumni Association, they're actually working in bomb court with the families there. They have other jobs that the Justice Advisory Council has given them contracts for, and getting other people jobs. So that's an important piece of this, so they can have hope and be proud of themselves and be contributing members of our society. And that does work. And those people should be at the table of whatever decision making we do, other than my decision of court. But outside of that, I don't want to see them in court again.
Sure.
I'll add one more thing to it. You know, we assume a level of efficiency in the justice system that is not deserved. We assume that every person who is in jail and every person who's in prison are there because somebody who knows everything about the situation knows that they're dangerous, and the day they set foot out of that jail or prison, they'll wreak mayhem. And I don't see any evidence for that. I think Joby's point was important. There aren't people who are making decisions about who's incarcerated that are sitting down with people a year, 2 years, 5 years down the line and taking an accurate account of who that person is now. So while I know it's politically expedient to keep as many people in jail and prisons as possible, and we have leaders like the ones on this call that are fighting against that urge, the fact of the matter is we can be doing much more with individuals in terms of getting them out, and we can be doing much more with the resources that we use to keep those folks in, so that we can actually change the environment and make communities like the one I'm sitting in right now safer.
And Joby, I want you in on this too, but I want to add a spin to it. I want to ask innocently, but isn't that what parole boards are supposed to do? And I know I'm being facetious, but I'm asking.
No, I'm happy to talk with you about that. That's a great point. We don't actually have a parole system for everyone in Illinois. We have something we call parole in the press, and that politicians call parole, and it's actually something called mandatory supervised release, and it happens after a person has already served their full sentence. They've done their time, and then we watch them for a period of time after, and we put them back in prison for that extra bit of years if we determine they've violated. We got rid of parole and what we called indeterminate sentencing. We got rid of this idea of a movable sentence in the late 70s in Illinois, unlike many states. And then we did something even worse. Then we took away earned discretionary time through a law called Truth in Sentencing that was passed, I think, the first time in 95 and went into effect in 1998. People who were sentenced for the same crimes after the removal of parole and the removal of good time, those people are stuck. They have no way out. They have no way to prove they've rehabilitated. They have no way to earn their early release if they've served serious crimes. So there are exceptions on the lower ends of the scale. I want to make a quick point, though, about violence and COVID. Why is anyone surprised that there is more violence during COVID? Why is that news? all of us are struggling. We're all dealing with exceptional levels of anxiety, unprecedented levels of anxiety. We're dealing with massive unemployment in our state. We're dealing with fear and loved ones who are sick. We're dealing with a doubling of the number of opioid deaths. Why are we saying, gosh, golly, gee whiz, those gangbangers sure are evil. Let's do something about it. Of course we're having violence right now. Let's not kid ourselves that we're just repeating the same summer violence. This is an unprecedented time, and it calls for unprecedented solutions. And I love President Preckwinkle. I am so grateful that you're investing in interrupters. We know they work. Let's have more of them. But I do want to say one more thing, and then I promise I'll be quiet. I spend significant regular time with men who shot guns and killed people in the early and mid 1990s. I sit across the table with them. I bring my children to play cards with them. They call and talk to my husband or my son and ask about how my son's jazz concert was last weekend. These men are part of my life, and they aren't the ones who didn't shoot the gun. They're the ones who did. And they are the least violent human beings I know because they have dealt with what they did. They were our original super predators. They were kids who were on the street in the 90s, and they were part of this gang culture and this life. But today they're kind of 40-year-old nerds who've spent a lot of time reading books and trying to figure out how to deal with the fact that they committed these terrible crimes. They are not violent human beings. They're people who did a violent act. And I really rebel against this notion that we have violence happening today, of course. We have gangs today, of course. Why are we still saying the shooter is in a different category? You know how these situations work. We all know how these situations work when you get a bunch of kids together. Who knows who the instigator was? We need to start looking at these situations as the complex, nuanced, difficult, traumatic, horrible things they are, and not as an excuse to play cops and robbers. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Julie. Is anything right being done with regards to dealing with COVID behind bars right now? Or are we still very deep into just very problematic dealings?
I think it's very oh, go ahead, President.
Well, let me just, we had some real challenges at Cook County Jail, which was a hot spot for a long time. I won't say a long time, for several weeks. And I want to just commend the Cook County Department of Public Health and the folks at CIRMAC, which is the public health facility in the jail, and the sheriff. And I want to thank profusely all of the advocates who raised money to get people out of the jail. Because we got the jail population down to 4,000, and we were able to single cell people. And in a congregate facility, when you have two people to a cell, needless to say, you're not physically distancing. It's hard enough in a jail to try to do physical distancing, but when you have two people in a cell, it's impossible. So we've made a lot of progress. Let me just say, I mean, one of the challenges we have in the jail now is that the Illinois Department of Corrections is refusing to accept people who have been sentenced for a crime and are sentenced to prison out of local jails, not just in Cook County, but all across the state. And so our jail population, although it got down to 4,000, is now closer to 4,900, in part because we have about 400, maybe it's more now, 400 people who should be in the Illinois Departments of Corrections and are in our local jails because the Department of Corrections won't accept them. Even though we've gotten to a point now where the COVID-19 virus in the jail is coming in through new detainees who are quarantined and isolated appropriately, rather than being generated within the jail population itself. So because we're testing people as they come in the jail, if they have COVID-19, we put them in quarantine or isolation. But we have some real challenges statewide. If the state's not going to accept people who should be in the Department of Corrections and we keep them in our local jails, we cannot do what we were doing when we had a jail population of 4,000, which was single celling people.
Now, I would actually say that one of the things I think that Governor Pritzker and the Illinois Department of Corrections did right from day one was to shut down transfers. I know this is in direct opposition to what the president just said. I think here's where the nuance comes in again, and nobody likes nuance and complexity. It doesn't make a good hashtag. But if we're going to start transfers into IDOC, we have to be able to prove that we can prevent outbreaks in IDOC. And we can't do that yet because A, we're only testing and have only tested 2.5% of the prison population. Of all of the states we researched, Illinois is 31st in number of tests conducted on people who are incarcerated. It's absolutely unimaginable why we have ubiquitous testing in Illinois, widely available testing in Illinois, why we are not using this potent tool. If we're not using testing in prisons and we're not doing contact tracing at a meaningful level, and we have not been able to prove that we can operate a facility without a risk of a major outbreak, I think I'm not saying we shouldn't do transfers again. I'm saying maybe there's a way that we can use one problem to leverage a solution on the other. The demand can't be open the prisons back up so that the problem moves from here to here. The solution has to be, we need you to open those prisons back up, show us your testing protocols so that we can figure out how to make this work together.
Okay, I'll say amen. How's that?
Excellent. Sharon?
Yeah, I'll add one thing. This is going to be kind of a wishy-washy answer, but taking from something from we heard from the other panel, from Brendan Schiller and Attorney General Kwame Raoul, you know, COVID has meant that we have been held captive, and we've been forced to watch young people, and not just young people, but young people and middle-aged people and old people who have a lack of tolerance and acceptance for the status quo. And they are calling out every single day and saying business as usual ain't good enough anymore. That the things that we just accept, the systems and the programs and the things we do every single day that I saw every single day as a public defender, just isn't gonna be tolerated anymore. So I think there's a lot of pressure and wind at our sails to make things different. And when folks come back to the legislator, the state legislator, I think that they're on the clock and making some real changes. And quite frankly, there are lots of leaders in Springfield, Senator Robert Peters, Senator L.G. Sims, Representative Justin Slaughter, have been trying to get justice reforms done and have moved forward a good bit. But now they have the opportunity to really, really, really move forward as folks are really starting to see the things that we need to do. So things like ending cash bond, things like reducing our juvenile prisons, the things like making sure we know who's dying in the prison facilities and jail facilities. There are things that need to be done that we have the opportunity done now. And I want to thank President Preckman, quite frankly, for, again, talking about those things before it was cool to talk about.
And now, before I ask the last question, and we only have a few minutes left, but I do want to play the cynical journalist and especially remind you, Sharon, we were talking about the wind at the backs of criminal justice reformers years ago, when it seemed like people on both sides of the aisle were all behind it, and we're still here. So yeah, I mean, you know, yes, these things are gaining support, but they don't seem to go as far as I think a lot of people had hoped. But yeah, I mean, am I not right?
No, I think there is no guarantee that these things will change. The system is built to be slow. There is still political expediency in being conservative. So there's no doubt. I'm not saying go out to Vegas and put it all on, we're going to reform the criminal justice system in November and January and everything will be perfect. But what I am saying is that we've never had a situation where people are out in the streets every single day. We are not on the heels of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor anymore, right? But people are still in the streets every day asking for these things. And I do think we are moving to a point where there will be electoral consequences for folks not doing the things that need to be done and following the leadership of leaders who are talking about this before it was cool to talk about it.
Thank you. Let me ask one other question. I'm sort of going to go pie in the sky here because we only have a few minutes left. But let's say you have all power and can change one thing in the system on any of the things that we've talked about, to just order one change. And admittedly, Justice Burke is probably the one person who could actually wave a magic wand and do this. But in all seriousness, I want to get each of you to say, okay, if I could make one thing different tomorrow, what would it be? And let me start with you, Justice Burke.
Well, first of all, I can't give opinions on anything, but if I did have that magic wand, I think this was discussed yet earlier today and today. We have such a hodgepodge of legislation, both criminal and civil, juvenile, that is all over the place. I would love to have our legislature look at it, not every part of it. And I'm sure that we would be able to have a lot of committees. They could have everybody wants to help make it right. I mean, if we're all really in this together, which we are, if we could just take this legislation, just look at juvenile justice. That's what Joby was talking about. It's all over the place, and it's inequitable. And there's penalties that live with people their whole life. I mean, they've done their time, they served their time, they try to come back to the community, and it's unfair that they can't get a job someplace. And that's the kind of thing that those kinds of penalties don't live with them the rest of their life. That's what I would love to see. There's a lot of things I'd love to see, but right now I think clean up our statutes and the legislation to be equitable and fair for everybody. And that's what I would do.
Thank you very much, Justice Burke. And President Preckwinkle?
There we go. Well, I guess I want to second what Justice Burke said about rationalizing our criminal justice system. I'd speak for the elimination of cash bonds. At one point, through the good offices of the MacArthur Foundation and Chicago Community Trust, the public safety stakeholders went to Washington, D.C. and looked at the courtrooms there. And basically, they have a system where either you're released pre-trial or you're in jail, and it's not on the basis of your ability to pay a cash bond, it's on the basis of your risk to the community. And we spent a couple hours in a bond hearing courtroom, and I think one person was held in jail, and that was a person who was accused of shooting at a police officer in a crowd, and everyone else was released. Some of them were released with conditions, a few were released, very few were released with electronic monitoring. A lot of them were released with pretrial services requirements, but I think cash bond is inherently unfair to poor people, and disproportionately the people who come in our criminal justice system are poor Black and brown people, and we should eliminate cash bonds.
Okay. Oops. Thank you very, very much. Okay, Joby, you're up.
Woo! I agree with everything that's been said. And Chief Justice Burke in particular, I would say, in addition to looking at all of the layers, that every positive reform we make needs to go back as well as forward. I don't think people understand the damage that's done when we make laws that improve sentencing and use modern data and new research and brain science to improve our system. And then we don't let people who've been convicted a year ago or 5 years ago or 10 years ago or 40 years ago or 50 years ago benefit from those changes. It's created this caste of people in our prisons who have no hope. And I'm going to sneak in one more thing. I would give 2 weeks of time back to the officials at the Illinois Department of Corrections and in Governor Pritzker's office. I give them 2 weeks of time back to relook at their early release program and save some more lives.
Thank you, Jovi. And Sharon, you get to take us out.
Thank you. Craig, quite frankly, I love you and respect you up until you ask me this question. Because I think there are going to be a whole bunch of people that are pretty teed off that their priority didn't get in. There's so many things. There's no lack of things we need to fix in our criminal justice system. But I think it's always a good strategy to follow President Pretrial. And I'll say we need to reformat our pretrial justice system. Given my experience as a public defender, given my experience as just somebody who grew up on the south side of Chicago that has seen the justice system as both a lawyer and as a person who has seen folks go through it around me. Pretrial incarceration is truly the doorstep to both mass incarceration and wrongful convictions. You can't turn on Netflix without getting hit in the face with a show about some poor person who pled guilty to something they didn't do. Lots of that has to do with how we treat them when they come into the system. So ending cash bond is one way of doing it, but also reformatting the entire pretrial justice system. The Coalition to End Money Bond, the Illinois Network of Pretrial Justice has worked on a strategy. The Supreme Court has a paper out there that reviews the pretrial practices. I would say that we do the things that we need to do in the pretrial space to ensure not only that we are treating people fairly, but this is the important thing. I'm a guy who's living in these communities. To free up resources, to have real treatment of root causes. Our communities aren't not safe because we don't lock up enough people. It's because we don't do the things that we need to do before the conflict happens to stop them. So whether that is talking about violence interrupters, you know, my top advisor, the person I respect the most in the world, my mother is texting me right now, talking about early prevention, right? Talking about what we're doing with kids, right? I think she's right, not just because she's my mom, but we spend so much money on inefficient approaches to the justice system. And that puts us in a space where our communities are facing much too much violence. So let's make our system a little bit more just. Let's make our system a little bit smaller, and let's use those resources by reforming the criminal justice system, pretrial justice system, to treat some of these things that are harming us. Thank you so much, Greg.
Thank you. And I just want to say this has been a complete honor for me to be able to have this discussion with the four of you. It is, I mean, it has been eye-opening. I'm going to make sure that a lot of these words get heard by a lot of people, because this has been really a heartfelt and just a very positive and useful discussion. So thank you all for doing this. And that brings our panel to an end. And what can I say? This has been great. Thanks.
Thank you, Craig.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Mic check. Rob Jeffries.
You want us to do a mic check? Hello? Does that work? Okay.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
How are you, Victor?
Hi.
Hey, everybody. Hey, Victor. Hey, Quinn.
Hi.
Hey, Director.
How we doing?
Great.
Good.
Happy Friday, everyone.
Happy Friday. Okay.
Mic check, mic check. Sound good? Zoom. So it is 1:30. We're gonna get started. Sorry, I had to unmute myself and get myself situated. So I wanted to thank everyone. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here. For those of you watching on YouTube and have registered to be a part of this discussion today. And welcome to the panel. Welcome to the panel about post-release and reentry. I'm Michelle Morales, the president of Woods Fund Chicago, and it's my pleasure to introduce you to and welcome our panelists for today's discussion. Thank you to all of you for making the time today to be here to the panelists. After the introductions are made, I will outline the issue that we're here to discuss, and then each panelist will offer their reflections, and then we'll commence with our discussion. So just to kick off the introductions, let's please welcome Audra Wilson, Shriver Center's new CEO, or Shriver's Institute, because I think the name changed, new CEO, Brian Harrington, formerly incarcerated youth, Rob Jeffries, the director of the Illinois Department of Corrections, Quinn Rollins, director of the Justice, Equity, and Opportunity Initiative for the Lieutenant Governor, and Victor Dixon, president of the Safer Foundation. One note, Illinois State Representative Jahan Gordon Booth was supposed to be with us here today, but unfortunately this morning we found out that she had a family emergency and so will not be able to join the panel today. And so just to offer a quick description about what we will be discussing today, since mid-May, the number of prisoners infected nationwide has more than doubled to 68,000. Prison deaths have risen by nearly 75%, and the 5 largest clusters of COVID-19 are prisons and jails. As the pandemic spread through Illinois, for instance, public health concerns caused law enforcement to consider the frequency and necessity of arrests. Some significant criminal justice reforms already in progress were accelerated, while others were stopped. And still, other parts of the system remain untouched by any change. The underlying racism in the system was exposed, but it has not been universally acknowledged. As the number of people released from prisons and jails due to health concerns has increased, the lack of reentry services for this population has been further exposed, bringing light to the systemic barriers that those reentering must combat. For example, in order to be released, people in prison must stipulate where they will be housed and must comply with a series of conditions of release, sometimes averaging up to 15 requirements. Immediately upon release, formerly incarcerated people are monitored for compliance. Securing basic needs like housing and employment can pose major difficulties due to the stigma of having a prison record and the hundreds of laws and regulations restricting access to these resources for people with criminal records. Some might say legal discrimination. This panel will consider the effects of the current reentry experience during the pandemic and discuss how we can successfully improve the system to address the needs and interests of all formerly incarcerated people. This event aims to create a space where those responsible for administering such systems, along with those working to reform them, can consider the path forward for our justice system from this moment. We can learn from recent events, assess how we have responded, and consider what might be done differently as a result. So panelists, each of you will have 5 minutes to share your reflections on these remarks. I will gently remind you when you have 1 minute left. I'll actually kind of cut in and interrupt because I know it's hard to watch the chat box. And we'll kind of go in the order of introductions. So let's start with Audra.
I'm muting myself. So good afternoon. Again, my name is Audra Wilson. I'm the president and CEO of the Shriver Center on Poverty Law. We just went through a renaming, so that's us for right now, the Shriver Center on Poverty Law. So for over 50 years, the Shriver Center has fought for economic justice and now racial justice. We've secured hundreds of victories with and for people living in poverty in Illinois and across the country. So this is a very timely discussion and something that we have been, as an organization, been talking about perennially, quite frankly. We know that statistics have routinely shown that the vast majority of individuals who have been incarcerated will return home to their communities. And unfortunately, so many are returning to communities that have been woefully under-resourced, which certainly does not fare well for successful reintegration. And it's so counterintuitive to think that about the number of barriers that are put in place to enabling returning citizens to reestablish themselves and reintegrate into their own communities. Barriers to receiving gainful employment, affordable housing, just to be able to live as citizens. And so this is an integral part of the work that we do at the Shriver Center now. We have actually more recently taken this mantle of looking at community justice and criminal justice reform, and specifically looking at reducing the number of people who are entering the system, advocating for less punitive systems, and for advocating for people to lead successful lives after system involvement. And so I'm proud to be at the helm now of the organization as we're moving more.
Audra, just really quickly, your audio cut out for some reason. For some reason, you're back on mute. There you go.
Okay. Did you lose me for a long time?
For a little bit. I think you talked about reducing the number of people entering the system and talking about providing resources, and then we kind of lost you.
Okay, sorry about that. No, I was just talking about our community justice work. We were also looking to, as an organization, to advocate for less punitive systems and also for successful lives after system involvement. So that is what our motivation has been now through our community justice work. So for many, even before COVID-19, living with family has offered some of the most affordable, stable, and commonly used housing options, because one of obviously the biggest barriers for individuals who are returning is finding affordable housing. And in the midst of a pandemic, it is critical to make this a viable option for protecting the safety of individuals, families, and their communities. Now we know through the implementation of a statewide stay-at-home order and the continued insistence that we limit our public interactions has demonstrated that clear consensus that home is the safest place for people to protect themselves and their families. So fortunately, state leaders have recognized that prisons and jails present significant public health risks to individuals who are currently incarcerated. And so that is why it was very important that we were pushing to make sure that people who could be released early were released. But the question is, where do these men and women live upon their release? And that is more urgent now than ever. What sort of supportive services are they able to engage upon their release? And how do we remove those barriers and those impediments to successful reintegration into the communities? So these are among the many questions that we are working on as an organization, and like I said, working with our peers, many of whom are on the phone, and the things that have to be front and center now in our current discussions, especially as we're talking about solidifying our communities.
Wow, you came in under 4 minutes. Anyway, I'm always,
I'm trying to keep it brief. I've got a lot to say, but I figured we've got plenty of time.
So Brian, we're going to pass it to you. So 5 minutes, and then just a reminder, I'll kind of cut in and remind you when you got about 1 minute left, okay? And make sure you unmute yourself.
All right, everybody hear me good? Okay, well, my name is Brian Harrington. I'm here on behalf of incarcerated youth. I do a lot of work in juvenile justice, bringing awareness to the state that the juvenile justice system is currently in, and also providing advocacy for criminal justice and all. I'm also here to share my personal experience and give personal testament to the lack of resources that I'm currently faced with as being a COVID release, if you will, who just came home in the midst of all of this. I think that it's important that we definitely turn on more resources for individuals that's coming home right now. Not only financially, because like y'all said, like we got to come home and we got to live with a family member 9 out of 10 of the time, but we still got to eat. You know what I'm saying? We still got to get a job, which is already hard for individuals to find a job at this moment. So I think it's important that we highlight that. Also, aspect that I hope that we get to build on is the mental health aspect of this whole thing, right? Because we're being released in a time where a lot of people are going through it mentally, because we're dealing with things that we never had to deal with as a society due to this COVID-19 situation. I think that mental health is something that's not being shown any interest in when it comes to individuals that's coming home. Like I was given a mandatory anger management stipulation, also a substance abuse stipulation, both of which, if had anybody did any research, I needed now one of them, you know, because I was incarcerated since the age of 14. I didn't have a substance abuse problem when I came, you know, during my incarceration, but yet I still had to go through. Anger management, didn't get to not one fight. So if they would have, like, I feel like if they would have made me do something that would have benefited me, like, you know what I'm saying, that would have been more helpful. So I think that we definitely should talk about that aspect of rehabilitation. That is a continuing thing. Not just because my sentence was completed doesn't mean that I'm corrected, because as we know, the institutions, they lack that right now. They lack the rehabilitation aspect of corrections. You know, Department of Corrections doesn't do too much when it comes to rehabilitation. So I think that I'm here to touch on that. And thank y'all for this opportunity.
Y'all are going to leave a lot of time for discussion. You're a moderator's dream, panel. So Director Jeffries, you're up next.
So hello all, and thank you, Illinois Justice Project, for having me part of this panel. I'm happy that IDLC is at the table to have this meaningful and purposeful conversation as it relates to reentry, and a number of other things I'm sure we're going to get into. And so reentry is something that is new for Illinois Department of Corrections. I've been here all of a year and 1 month and 24 days and counting. And that is one of the areas that we have conversations with about how we can improve people's outcome when they're being released back onto society. So as of when I first got here in June, there was no reentry division. And so since then, we've created a reentry division, and I've put an administrator in charge of all of our reentry efforts to streamline our process for those offenders released in our custody. Her name is Jennifer Perrick, and I'm sure everybody on this phone will probably have some time to speak with her as she moves forward. This is a daunting task, and nothing that has become very revealing at this time of COVID, because we had to work expeditiously to get folks out. And as we've all talked about in further discussion in this panel is, we saw that there's a lack of resources and pathways for folks when they leave this particular agency. And so that's why I think this is so meaningful and purposeful to be at this particular time to have this conversation with these people on this line. I mean, on this phone, on this computer. Just a little bit about some of the things that we have done, just real quick. I don't want to get too far into it, is in realizing that the resources, the lack of resources, the lack of placement, the lack of transitioning housing, the duration of transitional housing, we saw a real particular need to increase that amount of time, not from 90 days. You can't do nothing in 90 days when you get out of IDLC. So we've increased that to 120 days, at least on during this pandemic and everything. And we'll talk a little bit more about some of our release mechanisms. And let's keep in mind that a landing spot and resources is the foundation for somebody to be successful once they get released from incarceration. Not to mention the stigma. Now, I can remember when we were showing all of our numbers as our release numbers and what for. I mean, there's this whole stigma that also comes along. So people have to be more acceptable to people coming out of prison as well too. It sickens me to hear you can let those folks out, but not these folks. And we can get into a little bit more than that, because there's just a whole category of certain subcategories of people that people have this bias against, that they just should not be released for whatever reason, not in my neighborhood or not my county or what have you. So that type of stigma, that type of conversation, and be quite honest, some legislation change needs to happen as well too, because sometimes it's a conversation ain't gonna mean that we need to force feed folks to start accepting certain individuals coming back outside to society. And I'll leave with this. I'll give you more time because I know Victor's going to take a whole lot of time. We are servants, everybody, and we have a job to do. As difficult as this criminal justice system reform is, we have to have those tough conversations. They have to be meaningful, they have to be action driven, and they have to have outcomes. But we can't have folks just wanting to be the most relevant person in the room all the time and pointing fingers back and forth about who's not doing what and who's doing more than what. And that's just divisive. And you see it as the more people we let out, how many people say, not that group, or you're not letting that group out. Let's just have a sensible conversation. We can talk about the issues, but we all have to be on the same page as when it comes to resolutions moving forward. We are committed. This is a new division for us. Jennifer Perrick is very excited about it, and we have been doing a lot of work to be done. But we have been doing a lot of work under the response to this COVID, because this COVID has just changed the game as it relates to how prisons are being ran and how folks are being housed and how people are being released. It's very revealing at this particular time in our life. So I'll pass.
Great, thank you. And I just to let everyone know, Representative Gordon Booth is actually going to join us today. She'll be on the panel until 2:30. So obviously, once she'll be the last one to give her remarks, and then I'll introduce her then. So she's supposed to hop on at any moment. Quinn, we're going to pass it to you for your reflections.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. And I especially want to say thank you, Brian, for sharing your story. A few months ago, before COVID started, the Lieutenant Governor and I got a chance to go out to Kane County to visit their jail. And like we traditionally do, we sit in circle with folks who've been impacted. And it's always a story that resonates with me. During this particular visit, there was a young man who had been there before, and it was clear that, based on his sentence, he was ultimately about to go to the Department of Corrections. And he shared a story about his previous experiences coming home. He would come back into the city of Chicago, and he explained that commute. And he said, Quinn, one of the most painful feelings of my life is traveling back into the city and seeing that skyline. And it was a weird comment for me because, I love that skyline. I remember, coming back from college from Atlanta and, flying in and seeing it. It was always something special for me. But he talked about consistently coming back into the city from reentry and having little to no opportunity. He would go to the same location. He mentioned the location in terms of a halfway house, and he mentioned the conditions there. And he said every time he came back to the city, it made him sick to his stomach. And, that conversation resonates with me when we talk about the types of resources that are needed. And this is something the director continuously preaches. When we came in, we did an assessment with the Department of Corrections. I think even before the director got there, just in terms of housing, which really gets to what this man was talking to me about in terms of what he came back to. I think the state was, putting maybe $7 million into transitional housing, maybe for about 3,000 people. The state of Ohio puts nearly, I think 53 million to support nearly 20,000 people. So it's been something that has been eating away at us. And I think that we've really started to dig into the crates over the last few months. So I just shared something that, has been happening behind the scenes. When our COVID funds came through, to some of our agencies, it could have gone to a range of different places, frankly. It could have gone towards, overtime for law enforcement, et cetera. And I think there was an article recently about, how the state has shifted some of its strategies to really dealing with some of the most vulnerable folks. And what we did was we decided, nearly about $30 million is going towards reentry. Some of it is going to flow through our Department of Corrections. Some of it is going to flow through our Department of Juvenile Justice. And, nearly 10 million is going directly to community-based organizations that may have a different theory of how they want to use those funds, but it's going towards housing mainly and transitional supportive services. And the reason I like that is because this is not done in the state. And you have to have a lot of good people who are committed to setting the table in an equitable way for that to happen. Because too often, traditionally, that money's earmarked very, very quickly for certain things that really don't get us out of the rut that we're in. I want to share another example is, when I think about reentry and the way our folks are healing, and this is really coming from the spirit of one of my staff members, Yaakov Delaney, who did 20 years in the Department of Corrections. And it's really been thinking about how we do restorative justice work for people who are returning. How do we ensure that there's opportunities for folks who have done harm to reconnect with their communities, reconnect with victims, reconnect so they can begin to repair that harm and heal themselves. But one of the things we're working on right now with our Department of Human Services, and it's also money that's flowing through COVID, is a few $1 million that the governor put into the budget to do racial healing and restorative justice work. And, one of the things that can be used for is to support folks who are coming home in partnership with some of our agencies so that, as folks transition back into society, and we know there are going to be hurdles, that we start to deal with the challenges, not in a punitive way, but in a way that communities can solve their own problems and repairing that harm. So these are some of the ways that we are dealing with this. And lastly, I just want to say, I know Representative Jahan Gordon Booth is going to be joining us if she hasn't already, but she's been one of the key champions, and Sharon mentioned this earlier, about how we reinvest money from the cannabis tax fund. So we got appropriated about $45 million. We're expecting to give out $35 million over the next, few months. But that can be used for reentry. And the key thing I want to say is that we weren't prescriptive to communities about what that funds can be used for in terms of, for example, reentry, because what the Lieutenant Governor always says, we need to start really practicing the fact that the wisdom is in the room. And there are plenty of innovative ideas around reentry that communities have that we want to fund, be supportive of, and test often for the first time in this state. So we're excited about, starting to, repair the harm that, frankly, government has done historically.
I was going to tell you have a minute left. Are you good?
I know Victor speaks a long time, so we want to.
Okay. All right. So Victor, you're up next, and Representative Gordon Booth, we're going to have you go last. Thank you so much for joining us today. We understand that you had a family emergency, so we're deeply appreciative that you're still able to be here today.
And I would just say, Representative Gordon Booth, if you want to go now, I will defer to you. Okay. Well, it's good to see you, and I echo what Quinn said about your being a champion of this work, and we really certainly appreciate everything you did trying to get that cannabis legislation passed and making sure that it had the restore and renew and rejuvenate, revitalize language in it and the funding. So thank you so much. I want to thank the Illinois Justice Project as well for this convening. Certainly, Michelle, thank you so much for moderating. And thanks to the other folks that are speaking. Director Jeffries, I will try and be as brief as possible. But we at Safer Foundation have been doing reentry work for almost 50 years now. And you know, our organization was doing this work kind of before so many other parties were involved, and so much focus was on this work even before mass incarceration. So we've had a history of being focused on what our end game is helping people become self-sufficient so they can care for themselves, care for their families, you know, have their own income, their own resources, their own housing, and break the cycle of going in and out of jail and prison, which is something that is very much connected to the reduction of crime and violence. That's top of mind right now, but if a person doesn't recidivate, that means they haven't been arrested for any violation of a parole requirement or for a new crime, and that's very important. During COVID, about half of our organization continued to work as essential workers, many of them in the adult transition centers that we operate on behalf of the Department of Corrections. So we were fortunate with direction from corrections in terms of how to begin to implement the health and safety procedures within those facilities. I think that's worked out really well, and as other organizations have done. We shut down our community offices in Illinois and Iowa, but we very quickly converted over to providing virtual services. Fortunately for us, we'd already invested in a lot of the technology, had that in place, and it wasn't a very difficult transition. We actually implemented telehealth behavioral health services so we could continue doing our counseling and drug counseling and treatment services, both inside our adult transition centers and also in the community. And then in response to the effort to release people from prison, we basically formed a coalition of local service providers. We have about 8 different organizations that work together to really help people coming back to Cook County from state prisons. And we've served, I think right now, about over 500 people that we've been working with. And we've been really trying to put together a very holistic model to triage their needs, do some assessment, really look at how we can help them with food and clothing, medicine, getting their state ID card, getting re-enrolled in Medicaid, SNAP enrollment if they are eligible for that, getting them into substance use treatment, mental health treatment, connecting them with physical health resources. Many of them have chronic diseases that make them a lot more susceptible to COVID. So that's been important. And you've heard about housing, transportation. And one of the things in this virtual environment, we've been providing them cell phones with data plans because we are depending on the technology to work with people. We were delighted that AT&T donated cell phones to us and service plans so we can do that. So digital literacy has become really important to help people because of all the virtual services. We're very excited about that work, and that work is continuing. I think the one thing that sticks out to me about COVID more than anything, obviously it's brought to the surface needs that existed anyway. The needs of people released early due to COVID are no different than the needs of people that were released because they fulfilled their sentence. I mean, what happens to them day one, the needs that they have across a broad range of areas is absolutely no different. And so I'm excited about the potential for us to continue this work, make this kind of triage work. We called it the prison emergency early relief response team is what we called it, but to continue that work because it's needed for anybody coming out of prison or jail. The other thing I would say is I hope we don't miss this moment. The people that were released early were not considered to be a threat to public safety. The people that are not being arrested and not being detained in jails, local jails, they're not being detained because they're not considered a threat to public safety. I hope we never go back. Those people that we've deemed being appropriate to be out in the community, we should never go back. They should not be incarcerated. They should not be arrested. They should never be detained. They should not be in the system. We've proven that we don't have to do things that way. Let's not go back. So hopefully I didn't take 5 minutes.
You ended right on time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Representative Gordon Booth, thank you so much for joining us. What I'm doing, everyone has about 5 minutes to share their reflections on the topic of the day, obviously reentry and systemic barriers, particularly in general, but how they were highlighted during COVID. And then at the 1 minute left mark, I will gently interrupt.
Okay, thank you. Thank you everybody for being in this space this afternoon. I want to thank the Illinois Justice Project for creating this convening to have much needed conversation at this moment in time, and to all the leadership on the call. I look to many of you regularly in this work, and so I appreciate all of the support that you have been able to not only provide myself, but also members of the Illinois Legislative Black Caucus to help facilitate the work that we do in this space. What I would say that when I think about COVID and where COVID has led us to, it really piggybacks on a lot of what I heard Quinn and Victor already illustrate, and that is the fact that this space has shown us that there's a different way to do things. And we have been doing things in the way that we've done them, and all of us, this isn't new conversation for us. CGLA has always been at the front of the line in terms of fighting for these issues. Safer Foundation, front of the line. The Lieutenant Governor's Office has never been the Lieutenant Governor's Office that we have now, and thank God for them and their leadership of Juliana and of Quinn, and just being unabashedly Black and proud and willing to defend and fight for justice. I've been in this work as an actual legislator for 11 years, and it's never quite felt like it feels now. It's not that the voices are shifting. It's just that now the ears that are listening are a little bit bigger. And what COVID has done, COVID has forced people that are part of the system, that protect the system. It has forced them to look at the system differently. And we've been able to make some shifts as it relates to policy changes in terms of, as Victor has already illustrated, but we've also been able to shift how money is spent. And because of COVID and the subsequent unrest following the murder of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, it really has given all of us in this space a lot more room than we have had before. And I think that one of the things that we have to continue to do is build on the things that we've been able to do in the last 2 to 3 months, and as it relates to demanding that the process show up for people in a humane way. And I think that for a very long time, even those that were on the side of justice per se, they may have viewed themselves as allies in this fight and in this work, but certainly weren't willing to put themselves out there or to take a risk. That has shifted in this. COVID has created an environment where folks had to pick a side, right? And I think that we have seen that folks have been forced to show up differently, and it's and the sky hasn't fallen. You know, communities have issues, but communities had issues when all of these individuals were incarcerated. I remember back about 2 months ago, you know, we were particularly, and I'm in Peoria, Illinois, so I'm not in Chicago. We were having conversations about, you know, getting people released, and it was amazing when I'm picking up the phone and calling around, trying to figure out housing for folks, not just in the city, but also in downstate, figuring out where folks could be placed. And as I'm going about this work and making phone calls to different folks, in my mind, I thought to myself, why hasn't this always been happening? Why is this only happening as a result of COVID? As a result of COVID, folks are not only being released, but we are looking at how where they go, right? So these are the kind of questions that were then being put on the table. So things that were being said, if we release people, well, where are people gonna go? Where did they go before? These are the kinds of things that the system wasn't asking. This is not to you, Rob, because I know you're in this space with us. But historically, folks never cared where people went. Folks were asking questions like, well, we're just gonna send people home and unemployment is high and nobody is working. Well, in our communities, unemployment has always been in double digits. But now we're concerned about where people are going to work, how they're going to be able to access services. And so trust me, I'm going to remind folks that these are the kinds of conversations that we were having amidst COVID, and these are going to be the kinds of conversations that we're going to continue to have. This space, this galvanizing of the minds, this is such a powerful place for us to be able to operate from, because we all have the areas in which we have really leaned in over the years and have a level of expertise, and we all have the ability to continue to work together, which is why I'm so grateful that the Illinois Justice Project has brought us all together to be able to hopefully remain connected throughout this process, because we are coming upon a veto session this fall. We are coming upon a lame duck session in January. And I would say the biggest thing that I see coming out of COVID and the unrest is the ability in this space to do profound transformational work in our communities that the folks on this call, we've always known was necessary. But I see, to Victor's point, is we have a window. We have a very small window. This is a moment that we can actualize change. I think about this all the time. It makes me emotional. But there are things that we have the ability to do now that folks that have served in my capacity for decades never had a window to do before. Never. It just was not possible because of the way that the system operated. And when I say the system, I'm talking about all of the players in the system, from the top to the bottom. We're now having conversations with colleagues who consistently vote against the most low-level criminal justice reform bills that are now feeling compelled to want to do something. And so we want them to stay in that place, and we want to give them something. And so I look forward to being able to work with all of you and in helping us to craft this agenda that we're going to be pushing forward on. When we think about how we ended up in this place of seeing, none of this was news to us, but what COVID was able to reveal for many folks who had just been going along their merry way and, thought that all of us that had these conversations, that we're always, barking at the moon, so to speak. All of a sudden, because of COVID, people were trapped in their homes. They were forced to hear CNN or MSNBC night after night talk about the disproportionate nature by which COVID was attacking our community. And it was doing that not because we were made more inferior to anyone else, but it is because folks in our community, we are the essential workers. We are the folks that are consistently out there. When many of us on this call had the ability
30
to have
seconds,
the privilege
Representative.
to work from home, many of our folks in our community did not. And then you layer that with what happened
after May 29th, after the murder of George Floyd, and folks being stuck in their homes and having to watch that. It has created a very real moment for us to actualize massive change, to be able to really try to deal with much of the systemic racism that is built into government. And I look forward to embarking on that work with not only my colleagues, but with you as well.
Thank you all so much for your reflections on today's topic at hand. Just to frame and just to remind the public that is watching that 24,000 individuals re-enter the prison system every single year. So wanted to put a number to whenever we talk about re-entry, we talk about people coming back into prison. It's about 24,000 a year. And so to everyone on the panel, and we're trying to craft this as a conversation. So sometimes I will ask people certain questions, but please also jump in if you have thoughts or remarks. But this one's for everybody. The rapid decarceration, and I apologize for the barking dog in the background, of people from prisons and jails underscore the absence, right? All of you have mentioned this, the absence of a re-entry infrastructure, right? Not piecemealed programs or anything like that, but an actual infrastructure, right? It's manifested in the inability to find stable housing and meet other re-entry requirements, which prevent many from release. So how can we make sure that, how can we ensure that a lack of stable housing does not extend time in prison for individuals, nor prevent families from housing those who return due to their own financial insecurity and housing instability? So, something that was mentioned earlier, I think it was Director Jeffries, that knowing that landing somewhere helps with successful reentry. How though can we ensure that when we know there's a combination, that there's poverty, right? And people may not have financial security and may not have financial stability. Does that prevent people from releasing? And then what are the conversations being had around preventing that from happening? Who would like to tackle that first? I can assign someone to it. Audrey, you want to take a stab at whatever Shriver has been working on in that? Or Victor, was that you?
Well, I would just say that I think you've pointed out that housing is a big issue for people. Obviously, everybody that was released during COVID had to have housing already in place in order to be released, because I believe, Director, that's one of the requirements of being released is to have housing. So the issue that we tried to deal with was the fact that people come home, the majority of people that are incarcerated were living below the poverty level before they were incarcerated. And their family income drops 22% while they're incarcerated. They'll earn 40% less for the rest of their life because they have a record. So they're coming home, but they may be coming to a family that's already struggling. So it was important for us to jump in and say, how can we get them some cash? How can we give them food? How can we give them clothing? How can we help them so they're not a burden to the family that they are going into? Because then maybe they can be a bit more stable in that housing, because housing falls apart pretty quickly after someone is there for a while. They have no income, they have no job, etc. So that was very important. I think the other important thing is expanding the amount of housing. As the director mentioned, they've increased the amount of time people can be in transitional housing. That's very important. But expanding the housing stock, and also creating more housing that is not tied to having a serious mental health diagnosis, or some housing is out there, but you couldn't have been incarcerated within the last 3 months, or you don't qualify to go into that housing. So we need housing, a broader set of housing options, and more availability of transitional housing for longer periods of time.
I would like to add, so good question, and something that we are working here in IDOC, along with the Lieutenant Governor's Office and the Safer Foundation as well, is the resources. I mean, we talk a lot about housing, but the sustainability of that housing, once they get out of that transitional housing, starts with employment. And so a lot of times we have a whole lot of, employers are not readily accessible, readily to employ folks who are returning back to society because of the stigma. But there's also things that we can partner with other state agencies to help give them tangibles when they walk out the door. I mean, Victor touched on it about when we was doing the peers with him, about folks need to be able to land, hit the ground, and be able to have a place to go to get some quick mental health needs, some substance abuse needs, some SNAPs, anything that can help put clothes on their back and anything, just to keep them sustainable and keep some type of, nobody wants to be asked for help. So if we can make it available for everybody, and then it kind of releases that whole stigma about I'm coming out, starting fresh, what have you, but this is what we're doing to assist you. The transitional housing, I can't say enough about that. So one of the things that we're going to be doing here for IDLC, I'll be remiss if I don't speak on this, about a $9 million grant that we have as it relates to housing. There is so much opportunity and so much work to be done because it's easy to accept those individuals coming out who are nonviolent, but it's harder to accept those ones who need the most need, and that deals with the mental health population. I think Brian touched on it a little bit, but some of our housing, this grant that we have, this $9 million, are going to address some of the substance abuse needs. We're going to address some of the mental health needs. You know what? We also need to have that harder conversation about those individuals with sex offenses as well, too. We got too many stipulations on people as they're being released. You can let that person out, but not this person. We will take this person, but not that person. So those are those hard conversations, but they're purposeful conversations. And those are the type of things that we need to talk about. Legislation as well, too. There is so many statutes as to where somebody can live and they can't live once they're being released. There's just a number of things that we can all do collectively, not just this panel, but everybody else listening, about how we can move this, seize the moment, as Representative has spoke about. Seize this moment right now, because no better time than everybody's so laser focused on the needs at hand. And this is the opportunity to be able to get some things done. I promise we're going to work. We're going to be at the table in every discussion there is possible. And matter of fact, we're going to try to lead some of these conversations about some of the things that can be done to help. Because we have the population. We know what's needed. We know where we struggle at. We got 1,200 individuals, and I'll be brief with this one. We have 1,200 individuals that are on the MSR date still incarcerated because we can't find housing placement because of statutory requirements or statutory limitations in which they cannot go. And those are sex offenders. And a lot of those 1,200 are also seriously mentally ill, essentially mentally ill. Those are those hard conversations. Those are hard conversations.
So Audra, I know you wanted to say something, and then after your remarks, I'm going to ask another question.
Sure. And so obviously following these great folks who are saying such important things, so I don't want to be too repetitive. Although I do think one thing that does bear repeating is Representative's comments about how this is a moment in time. It's something that actually, when I first began at Shriver just a month ago, it's one of the things that I had also pointed out, that there are very few times in history that we have these sort of, I call them cultural flashpoints, where we can really, now that people are actually paying attention, that we can start to make some significant change. And I think to her point when saying, well, we were having these conversations before COVID, so why is it so relevant now? I asked myself that very same question, but then the answer is the same. Well, whatever the case, whatever draws people's attention to this is what we're going to take advantage of as advocates, as we all are. Shriver as an organization has obviously been working for over 50 years to fight for people living in poverty in Illinois and across the country. But we do know that so many of our returning citizens are living in these very same communities that are affected. And so that's why a lot of our work has helped to include removing barriers to returning citizens over the years. Now, I am actually an alumnus of the organization. I started my legal career here. So about 15, 16 years ago, or 16 plus years ago, when I was starting to work on these issues, we were talking about removing barriers to licensure so that returning citizens could engage in more entrepreneurial pursuits like being barbers or estheticians and landscapers. And then more contemporarily, we were talking about ban the box legislation and other sorts of initiatives that penalize returning citizens from being able to find gainful employment. And Victor actually has already referenced the fact that people who are previously incarcerated can expect their future earnings to be reduced by about 40%. We're dealing with individuals with lack of continuity from healthcare services that they received while incarcerated to once they are out now, and making sure that there's a proper coordination of that. And we even know that education is directly associated with reducing recidivism. Some statistics have shown up to between 16 and 20% reduction in recidivism when there are educational opportunities that are afforded to returning citizens. But one place, obviously, the lowest hanging fruit is housing. Housing has been a core of the work we've done at Shriver. It's a core of the discussion that we're having today. One thing that I would say on the housing front is that we need to disentangle housing from the criminal legal system altogether. So there are certain places where we can do this, for example, with tenant screening. So oftentimes landlords who are using a person's record to screen them from housing, and the fact that we need to push back against why that information is even relevant in the first place. We need to be thinking about background check companies. And we have to recognize that the role of background check companies is to convince landlords and other decision makers about the value of a background check and how their business models depend on keeping these systems intact. So when background check companies stood up and actually actively lobbied against the Just Housing Amendment to the Cook County Human Rights Ordinance, they pointed to their bottom line, even after hearing that the personal testimony of the human cost of homelessness after incarceration. So these are some areas that we may not necessarily think of instinctively, but these are areas where people or systems once again are working against those who are trying to reintegrate successfully. And then another place we have to think about is
Andrew, just real quickly, because I know Quinn wanted to offer some remarks, and I wanted to let the representative jump in pretty soon because she has to leave in about a couple.
Okay, no, last thing, crime-free and nuisance ordinances. So in Illinois, we see a problem of a crime-free and nuisance ordinances that often force landlords to evict tenants who have been arrested for crimes. And we've challenged municipalities who've used these ordinances to target Black communities to maintain racial segregation. And so these are ordinances essentially weaponize evictions and increase police presence and harm and destabilize Black household and communities. So basically disentangling even the notion of housing from the criminal legal system is something that we are advocating for.
Thank you, Quinn.
Yeah, I'll just jump in. I just want to add a piece about the housing. So we just worked with Illinois Housing Development Authority and Department of Corrections to get out about $4 million for transitional housing, a pilot to rethink about some transitional housing strategies. And initially we were like, how do we bolster this to ensure that folks have what they need? So we're like, how do we have funding to make sure they have utilities paid and furniture? And we were doing this with private housing providers. They said that's fine, but what we really need to know is whether or not there's a commitment to having wraparound services and supportive services. And there was some myths about what DOC historically had been providing, right? They assumed that that was a part of the package, if you will. And, we had to have some intimate conversations, bringing in the Department of Human Services and the Department of Corrections. And ultimately, the bill wasn't written in a way where that was required. And we found ourselves in limbo. Now, I bring this up because Brian made a point. He said there are all these different types of things that are required, but there's been limited services around healthcare. Now, this has been a problem that continues to linger. There are statutes on the books right now. There's a requirement for people to be enrolled in Medicaid coming out of the Department of Corrections that was passed, I think last year. There was a statute requiring folks to be enrolled in the Department of Juvenile Justice a few years ago. And these things continue to sit on the books. So when we talk about this moment, there's an opportunity to move forward with new legislation, but it's also an opportunity to ensure we get legislation that's been passed right. We recently and I just want to say why this is important. We recently got a system set up within our Department of Juvenile Justice to ensure that every youth who comes out of there is enrolled in Medicaid. And 95% of them have a diagnosable mental health condition, by the way, right? That 95%. And out of all of them that were released within a certain month, within a month, 95% of them had healthcare in hand. That has not happened historically. So when we talk about the types of supports that the Department of Corrections needs, et cetera, we all need to work with Director Jeffries to ensure that this is happening for the 25,000 people who are leaving the Department of Corrections. Because if they do not leave there with healthcare in hand, and it happens in other states, then we're going to have significant problems around recidivism and positive outcomes.
Representative Gordon Booth, I know that you have to hop off pretty soon, but I wanted you to give some thoughts around creating this infrastructure. And one of the things that Quinn had mentioned was a pilot program. And I know that many activists and advocates have talked often about how there's a lot of pilot programs, but there never seems to be an infrastructure. And just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, well, something that we all know that was again highlighted with COVID was the lack of reentry infrastructure that exists statewide. Typically, when we have issues that we are critically concerned about from the perspective of a legislature, we create centralized processes for those things to ensure that the things that are done in those spaces are done with fidelity and done with a high degree of accountability. That doesn't exist in reentry, and it was further highlighted not just to those of us that engage in this space, but also to individuals who may view themselves as allies of the space, or people who don't care at all. Many of them had to become hyper aware of these issues because of COVID. So, when thinking about what are the things that are needed, number one, you have to have resources, right? And so as we're looking to move into the next budgetary cycle, obviously we have a world of challenges ahead of us if we don't get a major bailout from the federal government. But what we do know, thinking long-term, one way or the other, we know that these issues do not go away because there's a vaccine to COVID. It just simply does not. But really taking this moment to really begin to lean into these issues around the necessity of having a built-in reentry infrastructure that is statewide, that has the ability to facilitate this work around the state. I didn't realize that California has a much better reentry strategy than we do here in Illinois. As we were, again, dealing with some of the issues of COVID and people needing to be released, I had to then rely upon some of my colleagues and comrades out in California to get advice from them on things that we could be doing here in Illinois to have a much better process. And so I'm committing to those of you on this call, but also those that may be watching in YouTube or wherever else that may be. I am committing my time, my energy, and any capital that I may have to spending my time working on this as an issue, because it was more than hurtful to know that you have folks that can come home, that should come home, but because we have not spent the time really building our reentry strategies for folks all over the state, it really shows where the process is as it relates to caring about these men and women. And the other reality is that I believe that many folks look at individuals that become incarcerated, they believe that you just go put those folks away. What they don't realize is 87% of those individuals are coming home. So it matters how you treat them while they're there. That matters. What resources they are being given while they're there. That matters. So all that is pre-reentry. And then when it's time for them to re-enter into society, it matters what happens to them upon release. And so I'm looking forward to continuing in this work with new eyes wide open from a lot of the folks that serve in the General Assembly. I would also say that there is a need for us to begin to really be speaking truth to power about the need to drastically change and shift the way that we are spending resources as it relates to the state. You know, we talked a little bit before about R3, and I don't want to put two, because this is not an R3 piece, but I want to give a real quick shout out to Safer and Victor at Safer, because they are the ones who actually named R3, Restore, Reinvest, Renew, as we were negotiating cannabis and how we were going to use some of these proceeds to invest back into our communities. There was one name, I think it was ROC. I think it was the ROC program, and we didn't want that. And so in consultation and conversation with Safer, they were the ones that coined R3, Restore, Reinvest. And also I wanted to put that out there for folks that didn't know. But using that context, and looking at the way that we, you know, engage in new industries and how we demand that resources be sent specifically to specific areas, I think that is also something else that we can continue to look at over time, is, you know, doing what we need to do within the budget, but then also every time we are looking at a new industry, we should be looking at the equity spend on how those tax dollars are then being reinvested back into our communities to care for the very things that we care about most. And this certainly, this issue certainly is at the top of the list for me and many others.
Great, thank you so much. A quick question, because this is something that Victor had raised in terms of expanding the housing stock. So Director Jeffries and Quinn, I'm going to throw this at you as representatives of the state, if you will. One thing that came out that advocates were very critical of was the amount of property that CHA had that was vacant and that was not being used to assist, right, in this release process during the pandemic. We all know CHA has many policies that bar those with felonies or electronic monitoring to be on their property. So just wondering, has there been any thoughts of the state applying any pressure on CHA for use of those vacant properties so that more folks can be released? I think one thing we all know is that the mainstream media has not even been covering this issue anymore, right? And we're slowly moving to a society that is starting to believe that the pandemic is over when we're still only in the first wave. So wanted to get your thoughts on that. Either one of you can.
I'm going to defer to
Quinn, he deferred to you.
So not on that specifically. I think that some of the conversations are around public housing, the role of public housing authorities generally. Obviously, right now there's been some innovative things happening in Cook County and the city. Safer Foundation was central to that in terms of thinking about, I think it's the Just Housing Ordinance, in terms of just thinking about how we develop reasonable frameworks around look back period. You know, distinguishing whether or not folks are looking at convictions or arrests. These are things that are not tightened up throughout the state. And one of the conversations we've been having is, what does it look like to increasingly enter into deep discussions with our public housing authorities statewide. But the other thing I think, and I want to commend our Illinois Housing Development Authority, is obviously they have a significant role in terms of thinking about our relationship with housing authorities statewide. One of the things that we've been having conversations about is how we use increasing innovative opportunities to support people who have criminal records and people who are coming home. So what does that mean? It means, how do we look at the low-income housing tax credits and how those funds are used? What does the queue look like? Is there a requirement to have a certain amount of housing units for folks who have criminal records and have, you know, or even returning from the Department of Corrections? So those are the types of discussions that we've been having, but nothing specific around the vacant units.
If I could just make a quick comment about the housing, CHA housing. There was a great push by a lot of different organizations, a coalition, to get a pilot going in CHA for people with records to move into housing with their families. And I think that pilot, from what we can tell, has gone very well. And hopefully the CHA would be much more open to expanding the ability for people to move into CHA housing, but also, and we've been the recipient of one of their project-based vouchers, which enables a subsidy for people who are have records who are employed to rent apartments subsidized. And that's something that I think if that were expanded as well, would create a great opportunity for people. So there is I think a wonderful opportunity to pursue there. One thing I wanted to ask, and I'm curious about, is because of all of the health related issues with COVID and the justice population, people who are incarcerated, I was wondering if there's any way any of that CARES Act money could be used, either the current money in the state or future money the state gets, to do something like the systems work that needs to happen so that people's Medicaid can be reinstated prior to their release from prison. So by the time they release, they can immediately get connected to the behavioral health resources, mental health resources, have health insurance, get their medications that they need, you know, make sure they have access to Narcan kits and medication assisted treatment, because people overdose more likely within the first 30 days after release from prison. So it seems like that could fit under the category of health related matters, and we could carve out some money. I'd be willing to bet the director would love to have money to upgrade his systems, so that kind of Medicaid reinstatement could be automated. Should be happening once that release planning starts. It should be one of those things that somebody hits a button and it starts that process, and by the time someone releases, it's already in place. So it's a big systems, data systems project, and it seems like, you know, I'm just curious as to why we couldn't take some of that money and make that happen.
So I'll give a little bit of space if anyone knows the answer to that, but just be mindful of time. We have about 10 minutes left, and I did want to get some thoughts from Brian. So does anyone know if CARES Act money can be used for systemic improvements? Okay, I'm gonna take that as a probably we don't know yet. So it could be something, to Victor's point, worth looking into. So Brian, I actually want to get some of your thoughts in here. You know, one thing that's been mentioned throughout everyone's remarks and answers is how resources should be mapped out, right? Resources being mapped out before an individual is released, so they align with what they need. And something that Victor brought up is also the needs of the families as well, right? So wherever the person is returning to. I just want to get your thoughts on your experience with that. Did that happen to you? Were you referred to an organization to help you with your needs? And how did that kind of go for you?
Yeah, well, first, I think that is very, very important that there is things already in place for individuals' families, because the simple fact is, you know, everybody know the saying goes, in prison they given 3 hots in a cot, right? When you come home, you're given to a family, for those that's lucky enough to come home to a family, but you're given to a family that's already struggling to make it. But then you're throwing another grown man onto their bills, into their space. There isn't a bed for him to sleep on, so he's sleeping on the couch. You know what I'm saying? So I think that if they're helped out, because at the end of the day, like, I'm still on MSR. I'm still a part of the. If I commit a crime right now, however petty, I go back to Illinois Department of Corrections, because I'm still their property but they're not responsible for me financially no more, but my family is. But yet my family don't get that 3 hots in a cot support from the organization as the state will. So yeah, for me, I didn't have any help from no organization. I'm grateful to be on this call to actually hear that Victor and the Safer Foundation. I will be reaching out to that foundation, because I think that first off, for appreciation, and to hopefully for assistance. But there wasn't any organization to help me since I've been home, as far as making sure that I was all right in any aspect, but especially the mental transition of things. I haven't been out here in society since 2007. And I'm just thrown back into society, not to mention during this COVID-19 situation, but there is no one to help me. There's no one to guide me to make sure everything is going in accordance, to make sure I don't reoffend. In actuality, my personal experience, I even was attacked. I was used by as a political ploy by the state here in Rockford. The state's attorney, she even said, she went as far as to say, as the rector mentioned earlier, they don't want us in their community. She literally got on local television and said, "Oh, I don't even want him in my community." Right? So how is that mindset? She's giving it to all the business owners, like we don't want him automatically. So I'm fighting against that stigma just for being here, just for being released. I'm attacked just for being released. And I'm glad that earlier someone mentioned that 87% of the population is coming home, but we're not receptive to that 87%. But then we want to demonize that 87% for when they reoffend, but we're coming home. So let's already have something in place for these individuals that are coming home regardless. And also make sure that while they're incarcerated, that we're investing, because this is the broken link, right? This is the broken link of America that we want to invest in, because if we want America to reflect the desires, reflect the vision that we hope for one day, we got to invest in the broken link. It only makes sense. If I'm thinking wrong, correct me. Right now, y'all just warehousing me. Like y'all literally just putting me on a shelf and say, do your time and then you come home. So you want me to come home a 14-year-old boy, in a sense. I did 13 years. You wanted me to come home mentally a 14-year-old boy again. So it's like, there wasn't nothing put in place to help me. Also, I hate that, not hate, but unfortunately, this wasn't a conversation around how the current state of prison. But Director, I definitely will like to ask a quick question. Is there anything in place still about individuals who are trying to basically, because I was given a chance through clemency, but is there anything in place like a parole system or something for the individuals that deserve a second chance, or has been personally rehabilitating itself and hasn't been in any trouble and just doing dead time, if you will? Like, is there anything in place to monitor those individuals? Is there something they can file to get to bring awareness to their situation?
Well, thank you, Brian. And so first, let me start with commend you on your courage. I mean, that story right there is the purpose for this type of discussion, and our commitment moving forward as it relates to how do we get people better prepared than when they came in the front door. So reentry starts at reception center for us as we move forward. And so that's been our call, and that's been part of our top priority moving forward over this last year. And so now we're coming to the end part when we're talking about reentry. So I commend you for your effort, and best of luck to you. And I'm sure Victor will provide some resources for you. As it relates to the question you presented, there was a lot of things in there. So I'm gonna unpack a little bit at a time. You talked about the grievance system, you talked about the clemency, you talked about parole board, and there was a fifth part. I can't remember what it was. Clemency, that's out of the PRB. And I think I listened to the panel earlier today, and they talked about the parole board has been abolished some years ago. So they have something, what they call the prison review board that looks at individuals. Then the other one was dead time, as it relates to dead time. It's so ironic that you bring up dead time.
Can you explain for the public what that means?
Dead time. So if you have a sentence of 5 years and you under the statute of 50%, you commit an offense through the rules adjustment board inside the facility, we can take, if you only got to do 2.5 years, based on any infraction you do, we can add time to that 2.5 years up to that 5 years. And, we're looking at that right now. And I put out an edict about a month ago, no more dead time taken away from nobody until we have somebody come in and look at how we can give time back to individuals who are past their time of MSR. It's just It's just one of those mechanisms that was afforded to this agency, but with no oversight, as he spoke about the grievance process and what have you. With there's no oversight, you can take it away, but who's monitoring to give it back? And so it's just so ironic that you brought this up, because my chief of staff, as we just talked about this last week, and we have been talking about trying to give some parity across the board. But at this point, moving forward, no one's taking no more time away from anybody until we can get a handle on how that is being done across the board, who's holding accountable and who's monitoring it. I mean, that's just, I mean, especially in this time right now. I mean, I don't want people serving past their time when they can be out when we're trying to deal with social distancing and the pandemic inside of a prison facility. I mean, just, you know, that's, we're shooting ourselves in the foot. So thank you for bringing that up, but those are the type of things that we're looking at. As far as the grievance process, and I'll be real brief with that, we have to create a grievance process to where your concerns, you trust the outcome of that grievance process. Right now, people do not trust it. That's why we have over 3,000 lawsuits, because they don't trust us to handle individuals' grievances, so they go to the outside courts. As you all know on this call, and everybody who's a participant, we have a lot of lawsuits against us. So we have a lot of opportunity to improve the way we function, how we operate, and how our transparency becomes as it relates to our population, and what's best for you and individuals like you coming behind you when they leave here. So those are a couple of things I can answer real quickly. I hope I answer everything, but the PRB, the parole board is not in existence anymore. The PRB has oversight on a number of other type of releases as it relates to clemency and what have you, and refers to the governor.
So we're gonna call it there. It's 2:45. So I know that that's the end of our time together today. I know that Esther and Garion are going to be coming on in a minute to close us out, but just wanted to thank all of the panelists for your time today, for being here today, for sharing your reflections and thoughts and the things you are working on to improve our post-release and reentry system, and to hopefully, as we have been talking about, put an actual infrastructure in place that can support not only those individuals that are reentering into their communities, but their families as well, so that we can see a more successful reentry process in the near future and build upon this historic moment that we're in. So I'll pass it over to Esther and Garion to close us out. They're both on, there they go.
Good afternoon. So first, we want to thank all of our panelists throughout the day, our moderators / responders. This has been a remarkable event, a remarkable set of conversations. And as we think about our next steps forward and we think about how powerful today was, we want to highlight a few things, right? We've heard conversations around accountability, police accountability. We heard a personal testimony from our Attorney General about the first time a policeman pointed a gun at him. We've heard about the need for more accountability for judges on the bench, from the top judge in our state, the Chief Justice of the Illinois Supreme Court. We've heard from leadership all across the board about the need for reforms in bond, reforms in relations, reforms in race relations, and a call to action in combining partnerships and power amongst people here, the people who are listening, the people who are at the table, and the decision makers across the state. We should accept these challenges. We should highlight the work that has been done and continue to move the ball forward. We have to continue to push the envelope. We have to continue to push things forward. We have to think about how we take the things that we have learned that have been positive in this time and implement those and keep those going. All right, so as we think about next steps and highlights, I'll turn it over to our co-convener, our wonderful host. I call her Governor Esther Franco-Payne, but this is just regular Esther Franco-Payne. So we'll give it up to Esther now. You're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
I can.
Great. Thank you so much, Garion. And I just want to send huge bravos across the airwaves to all of our panelists and our moderators. So we say, what are the next steps from all of this interesting and amazing discussion that we've had here today? So ILJP, Illinois Justice Project, and Cabrini Green Legal Aid, along with our co-conveners, will be working together to create a manifesto. So what's a manifesto, you might ask? A manifesto is a public declaration of policy aims and or published intentions, motives, or views, be it by an individual, group, political party, or government, to promote new ideas with prescriptive notions for carrying out changes the author believes should be made. So that's our key intention, to put out information that will communicate changes that we believe should be made. So this manifesto will serve as a statement of the issues that were discussed today as a result of the 3 panels, as well as the solutions recommended for sustainable reform. It will be made publicly available. And we believe that this will be the foundation for action to ensure that there's true equity and justice for Black and Brown communities and those negatively impacted by the criminal justice system. So what do? We want your participation and the involvement of those who have joined us today. We want you to be champions for the cause. One, by having personal engagement with one another and learning more about the systemic racism within the criminal system and the barriers that people experience every day that prevent them from achieving positive outcomes. 2, by getting involved with your communities as change agents. I think that's easy, and there are plenty of opportunities for that to happen each and every day. And then 3, by demanding that solutions are implemented and that there is accountability for those responsible for making the change. So we've heard from our stakeholders today. We've heard from our elected officials. We've heard from people who run the system. We've heard from people who are impacted by the system. And we need to hold each other accountable for the changes that we hope to see. Together, we are better, and together, we can have collective impact. If you registered through the registration website, you will be our first point of follow-up, as we have already collected your information. Over 600 registrants today, over 60,000 views. That's exciting. Secondly, if you would like to submit comments or suggestions about positive and effective solutions, you can do that by reaching us at info@iljp.org or by submitting comments through the event website at www.iljp.org/justice-2020 comments. And those things will be posted for you either in some kind of chat or following the event. And then lastly, a recording of this event will also be shared through our website for those who missed it. So we will have the recording made available and people can go back and listen, digest the information. It's a lot to process. And from there, you can notate what you see as effective solutions that can be sent to us. So ultimately, we appreciate your participation today. We appreciate the panelists and the moderators for a great discussion. Thanks to all of our co-conveners. I am ever grateful to Illinois Justice Project in joining us in this feat. It's been a tremendous feat to bring this all together. And I am bidding everyone adieu with light and love, and to have a safe and peaceful weekend.
Before we bid all the way adieu, it wouldn't be us if we didn't give homework. So check out our bibliography with the materials from today's events. If you want to read up on some things, get some background information about how this came together and why this information is important, take a look at some of that. And with that, now we'll let Esther bid us adieu.
Yes. Have a great and safe weekend, everyone. Thank you, Garion.
Thank you all.